All right. Welcome.
Look. Okay. Holy shit. Holy late. Oh my goodness. Sub Zinky Game. Holy late. Chat. Guys, I gotta lock in. Oh my goodness. Bro. Kill. I don't have face tracking. Fuck! Dude, everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart! Oh my god. John, it's so fucking over, bro. Hold on. Chill Gaming Beats 2 years ago. Hold on. No, wait, that's not gonna work. What's up, Axa? It's been a little bit, buddy. What's going on? Axa! You're gonna enjoy today's content because after we're done checking out YouTube, I want to play some League Classic. I want to see what's going on with League Classic. Hold on. Chill Gaming Music Mix. Bro! Can I get a gaming music mix with music from games? Lo-fi video game beats, that's probably AI. Face tracking is now active. Sub Harm. Let's go, buddy. Bro! Where is the chill? Oh, here we go. 4 hours of ambient and emotional indie game music. Here we go. Perfect. Here we go. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. That's why I'm crying. No. All right. Step 2. Upload the video. How do I share my crazy streak? If you're on mobile, I don't know. If you're on desktop, you know how where you claim your points every hour or two? It like opens a pop-up where you can share it. All right, chat. I'm gonna react to Marathon Death of a Game. Is that a video? Does it have traction? What's up, Astra? What's good? Guys. Yo, Axa! Thank you for the resub, buddy. Astra, yeah. Yo, Chicagoan. Thank you for saying that in YouTube chat because you would have been timed out in Twitch and we wouldn't have been able to see it. Guys, we might have to lift a prohibition on marathon discussion for today because I think we're gonna have to react to this, maybe. We gotta react to this. We literally have to. We gotta check this out. I don't know where Agent is. Okay, hold on. Let me check secret chat. Guys! How's your guys' Wednesday going? Oh, you already fucking... You already linked this, Astra. Incredible. And what's this Kev Do It video? Is this also new? Are they in cahoots with each other? Why are they uploading at the same time? All right, so the first 2 hours of this stream are going to be reacting to these two videos. I was unsure whether or not we'd have stuff to react to today. Holy shit. Okay. Don't watch the Tried. It's fucking stupid. Is it? I'll watch a little bit out of it. Heard you loud and clear. Could have done a better job going through all the tutorials. That startup is brutal. So I'm guessing maybe he doesn't give it a fair shake. Is that what you say that? Kevin video is a rough watch. This one? Complaining for the sake of it? I mean... Guys, I'm gonna keep it a buck. We're gonna have to go back to the marathon category when we watch these. I did not mean to close the music. Did that on accident. Open it back up. What's up, Rivsune? What's good, buddy? Okay, let me start uploading the video I just finished exporting. I exported the Spotting AI React, so that should be uploaded today. And then after this stream, I want to get the meta video as well as these. Reactathon. Hey, bro, when you pivot variety, half the content turns into reacting. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Wait, our morning's back. We're gonna have a marathon morning today. We're gonna have an uncommon marathon morning. Let me change the title, and we're gonna go back to the marathon category. Let's see, new title. Back on marathon. ... question mark. So people will click on the fucking stream and be confused. Yeah. Have started streaming marathon. Who is it? The Kev Do It guy. So he streamed his stuff. Which Kev Do It? Kev Do It videos. Oh, he did. Okay. A marathon of marathon, but I read everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be bad, man.
All right, gotcha.
I feel like
We're gonna check out his stuff. All right, let me go to Nightbot real quick. Am I able to disable the fucking timeout thing? I'm gonna keep it a buck, guys. I have no idea how to operate Nightbot, and I don't know where Agent is. We're gonna be fucking. It's gonna be a massacre in chat. Nobody in Twitch chat is gonna be able to type in fucking marathon because they're gonna get timed out. Chat moderation. Settings. Oh, I can just disable the blacklist. Okay, hold on. Somebody type in marathon real quick. Somebody type in marathon real quick. Do it! Do it now. Okay, perfect. We're good then. We're good. You guys can now type marathon. I will be enabling the filter again later. But how's your guys' Wednesday going? It's been a little bit since I last had a Walmart frozen pizza, so I decided to treat myself this morning. Do a nice, yummy breakfast margarita pizza from courtesy of Walmart. For the low, low price. Hey, hashtag ad, by the way. For the low, low price. Oh, it's Thursday today? Fuck. Fuck! All right, guys, stream's over. Hold on, we gotta restart. Okay. Guys, how's your Thursday going? How's your Thursday going? Delicious. I said a 42 centimeter pizza, so I'm the fat chungus. Is that even that big of a pizza? I don't use metric in my day today because I'm a fat American. So I can't visualize 42 centimeters. Hold on. So 100 centimeters is a meter, right? So that's a little under half a meter. Bro, that's like the size of a medium pizza. That's probably about the size of the pizza I'm eating right now. If it's a thick dough, if it was a very bready pizza, you probably ate like 2,000 calories, in which case, that is certified fat chungus behavior. However, the pizza that I'm eating, I believe this one's only about 1,200 calories, so it's a big breakfast. 16.5 inch in diameter. Okay, that's a pretty big pie. Okay. And it was thick. All right, bro. You might have just consumed 4,000 calories. Holy loud music. All right. One burger is 15 centimeters. Do they have standardized burger sizes over there in Europe? Music is very loud. I'm aware of this. That's why I just turned it down. 1.2k calories to start the day. Holy Chad. Bro, the only thing that matters is your caloric total for the day. Like, if I eat this breakfast and then I don't eat lunch, which I usually don't, if I have a big breakfast, I'm not going to eat lunch. So it ends up being fine. 4,000 calories to start the day. Bro, you're already doubling your... I don't know how large of an individual you are, but you probably just doubled your daily caloric requirement. That's too much, bro. Eat cheeseburger? No, I'm eating a pizza. Because I'm vegetarian, guys. I've been going vegetarian for, God, I should have written it down. Written it down. I'm going on probably like 2 months now, right? I don't remember the last time I ate an animal meat. What's up, Swavis? Triforce Rift. Nick crazy. Is a 500 calorie max stream. Sorry, Asher, I'm not an ant. I'm gonna eat a bowl full of pasta that's just made of olive oil and chickpeas, so it's very calorically dense. Why'd you take that decision? Well, for one, I don't really like animal meats that much. I don't think that they're that tasty. And also, there's the economical factor. Meat is really expensive. There's the ecological factor where there's no carries, guys. Stop. There are no carries. There's the ecological factor where the animal industry is really atrociously giga-bad for the environment, and it's very inefficient. And then there's just the moral of how the meat gets to your plate. Are you Hindu? No. Although ideally long-term, I would like to go vegan. Where's the game? We can't see the game. We'll get in the game, okay? We'll be getting our heads in the game here soon. What's up, XBZR? A Glorp Dino Nuggies? They're not that good. As long as China exists, nothing else comes close to the CO2 production. So, Nico, we got an IQ checkpoint here. Why does China emit so much CO2 into the atmosphere? Can you please tell us? We're gonna get one guide here. Chat, everybody. We're gonna set our bags down. I'm not muted. Shut up, Axa! I'm not muted. We're putting our bags down right here. We're going to talk to this chatter. Everybody, Nico crazyy is now hosting the stream. Factories. Okay, and what do those factories produce and where do they go? Largely. What's up, Scuderia Shinobi? It's been a while. What's up, Chetanum? Chetanum. That's good, dude. All the expensive metals. Factories that produce expensive metals. No, this guy's fucking trolling. This guy's trolling. This guy's trolling. There's no way. Hold on. Account created 2024. This is trolling. I know what you mean. I'm memeing. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, he's just trolling. Okay. Okay. No country produces more CO2 than Glorp during this stream with how much he yaps and screams. I have a plugin set up where my graphics card will actually consume more energy the louder I scream into the microphone so it can process the audio. So you're all welcome for global warming. If the moral portion is difficult for you, start going to local butchers/farms. That doesn't help with the being expensive part. I don't see how killing the animals in a different method makes it less morally reprehensible. I mean, I don't know, man. I just kind of take umbrage with the idea of killing another sentient being so I can consume them when it's entirely unnecessary. Because it's not necessary to live. People live just fine, just healthily in vegan, vegetarian diets. It's literally like a like a greed, like an ego thing. The fact that you think you're so powerful that you deserve to murder an innocent being so you can consume them. It's kind of gross if you think about it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't mean to proselytize you guys, by the way. I don't like if you guys eat meat in chat, you can eat as much meat as you want. I don't care. I'm not going to ban you. It's your own call, dude. It's your life. But if you think about it, it's just I don't know. Bro, meat tastes fire. The fuck? You like meat in your mouth, Exiv? You like putting meat in your mouth? Hey! If that's what you like to do, go for it, bro. It's not that deep. Tell us more. Tell us more. Didn't the first hominids eat meat? Been up all night and day playing marathon. Okay, so meat popsicle. Do you run across vast savannas, foraging and getting any bit of food you can, or do you walk your fat ass to the grocery store and just pick up whatever item is on the shelf? When that eggplant in his mouth yummers. I think eggplant's okay. I've been eating a lot of rice and beans recently, mostly. Cherries. Guys, cherries are in season. If you guys don't know, cherries are in season right now. If you guys have not checked the grocery store recently, get some cherries. The cherry's been damn good. Okay. I got some cherries the other day. Beautiful. I got to get some more. I've hunted before. Okay, did you do it with a spear or with a gun and then shoot it from 100 meters away? Did you chase the animal down for 5 miles or did you shoot it? I'd kill for 100 cherries right now. Bro, cherries are in the top 10 fruits of all time. I just kill animals with my bare hands. Well, I believe it, Zingy Game. You're Russian. You wrestle bears over there, right? That's like your national support? Sport. Rice and beans, bros in the celeb jungle. Just because a meal is economical doesn't mean, like, bro. Listen, bro. Rice and beans is like it's a nutritionally complete meal. It's also relatively cheap. And it tastes good. Crossbow, I Daryl Dixon that shit. Okay, did you put together the crossbow by hand or did you buy it on Amazon.com? Got a cherry tree in my property. It's the best thing to eat in June. Really? I'm kind of jealous. I'm not going to lie. Funny how when you say you don't eat meat, everyone freaks. It's like a weird thing. So I know like vegans are a vegan's worst enemy. By the way, I'm not vegan, at least not yet. It's like you can like just exist as a person and just have like a different dietary lifestyle, but like people like freak out if you say that you don't eat meat sometimes. This is like kind of weird, when in reality it should be the other way around. If you fucking examine, like if you're a mindful consumer and you're like thinking about how that shit ends up on your plate, you would, if you're like consider yourself a person of high moral standing, you probably would not do it. It's pretentious. How is it pretentious? It is factually cheaper to eat vegan or vegetarian. You don't have to go buy prepackaged, vegan whatever replacement food. It's like if you just buy whole ingredients, rice, beans, whole vegetables, it is literally cheaper if you just eliminate all meat elements from your diet. It's literally cheaper. How is it pretentious? Can you explain how it's not pretentious to spend hundreds of dollars on a steak? It's by definition pretentious. Okay, define pretentious. Why don't you go vegan? Nobody's perfect. Which is the same reason why when people say they eat meat in chat, I don't like fucking ban them or freak out too hard. In America, I'm sure in like a lot of Western countries, dairy is fucking in everything. Stop getting one guide. I'm just chatting with chat right now. We're gonna jump into the content momentarily, but I'm eating breakfast right now. Cheese and dairy is basically the only thing stopping me from going vegan. It's just because it's in everything. It's such a big part of the core diet here. Pretentious is an adjective meaning pompous, ostentatious, or arrogant, used to describe someone or something that tries to appear more important, smart, or cultured than they actually are. So how am I being more important or smart or cultured when I just talk about my dietary decisions? Okay. Because not only that, I'm not trying to appear more smart, cultured, or, you know, important than you. I literally am. I'm not trying to. That's just my natural state of being, for one. Okay. Two, how am I being pompous by explaining to you my dietary decisions? That's why we hunt and take care of the life that we are harvesting, and it feeds my family, and I did it myself, you know? I still like any of the arguments like, oh, I hunted the game myself. It's butcher, it's a local farmer stuff. It's still like, is it only meat or eggs, milk, and yogurt? Those, so again, like I don't really need eggs. I'm fine without eggs, but milk and yogurt, those are both dairy products. Yogurt, I think it's not really anything I eat, but milk is just like in everything. Milk, what is it? Whey? Is it whey powder? And just like milk powder is added to a bunch of shit to give it a savory flavor. Like things that would otherwise be vegan, they just throw it in there. So like a lot of, whey. Like a lot of prepackaged foods will just have like elements of dairy in there because they're so heavily subsidized and cheap to obtain. So I don't know. I probably could, but hey, nobody's perfect, man. Ideally, long term, I got to try to make the jump. Cat died. I literally have a monitor specifically for OBS now, dude. You can't fool me. I see it right there. If vegans were self-aware, then they would be less insufferable. So do you consider yourself self-aware? Exiv? Could have avoided it by hyping peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are, well, I mean, it depends on the bread you're using, right? You can make bread without using dairy. They're vegan. You can have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and be vegan, chat. Did you know that? If you're a real American, you will switch over to Aztec Ross. I'm sure he eats meat. He loves it, bro. Peanuts aren't vegan. You know what? I forgot about that. I forgot about the sentient peanuts. Yo, Akron Balrog, what's up, dude? All right. I've eaten enough of my breakfast. Okay. I say enough of it. There's still most of it on the plate. However, we're almost 30 minutes into the stream. It's time to get some content going. Guys, Judy Goat, what's up? Yeah, Akron Balrog. Back to Martin already? Guys. Hold on, where's my music? If you think that we're going to be playing Marathon today, I have bad news for you because we're actually not. However, there are two brand new large channel videos back to back who uploaded about Marathon. And I would like to discuss these. So today, we will be checking out Death of a Game Marathon. So I've seen this guy on my feed before. It's not really my type of content generally. Like this like investigatory styled covering of a game like Death of a Game Overwatch is his most popular video. Typically, not my type of content. However, he's in my territory right now. Okay? This is my shit. And I gotta see what his analysis is like, whether or not it's good, if he's just hopping on the like, for all I know, he's just jumping on the hate bandwagon. For what, like, word on the street, from what I heard in my chat in this video, this guy just made this video so he could jump on the hate bandwagon and talk shit and complain. This guy, I'm really interested to see his analysis. Because my understanding is he doesn't really jump on hate bandwagons. He just makes videos about games that sort of faded away. So, we got Nerd Slayer Studios, Death of a Game Marathon. Let's see what he's got for us.
Halo.
Destiny. Two iconic shooters that have done their part in affecting the entire global gaming landscape, especially within their domain.
Now, you can see right away he starts off with Halo and Destiny. Neither are currently being actively developed by Bungie. So, only one game in relevance to this video is still being developed. Where is it going to take this? Okay. Halo, sold to 343. Destiny, end of service. What's Marathon's future? What's his analysis? He thinks the game's dead. Does he think it can come back? If he goes as far to make this video, I think he's pretty confidently saying Marathon's dusted.
Realm of shooting and gunplay. Bungie has been making iconic shooters for north of 20 years, managing to stay relevant as a company in the process too. But as we have recently covered on the Death of a Game series, a series where we investigate the largest contributing factors to the death or process of dying of a game or company by utilizing a timeline of events filled with clues and bits of evidence. But most importantly, we activate our detective intuition, especially during the final deduction, where we crack the case for good. In case you missed any of the clues along the way, Bungie has been on the ropes as of late, with not only...
Yeah, we got hundreds of people laid off from the studio. We got, Destiny, their total bread and butter, plug pulled by Sony. As much as I love Marathon as a game, I can recognize and acknowledge it's not looking good for Bungie. Like, it's only getting harder and harder for Destiny to right the ship and make Marathon a good franchise. Will they be able to do it? I don't know. Maybe he's got evidence to say it's going to be impossible.
Destiny 1 having had its content long moved to maintenance mode quickly after the release of the sequel, Destiny 2, but with Destiny 2 having now also been moved there too, as of the summer of 2026. Throughout this drama, including their acquisition by Sony in 2022 for $3.6 billion, Bungie has been quietly cooking on a number of other projects. While many, including a spin-off Destiny game, would be cancelled ultimately, Bungie finally was able to make one of their projects stick, something they would do utilizing a long-asleep IP that once was the talk of the town in the shooter world, bringing many gaming innovations with it: Marathon. After a change of direction and course, Marathon would be delayed before finally dropping the following year, March 2026. But Marathon never got its own time in the sun, really, and expectations of the next Destiny title that wasn't to come, and the potential eventual shutdown of the game and series was weighing heavily over the release of Marathon and beyond. But besides just the player expectations placed...
Okay, so far, it looks like he's kind of breezing past a little bit of the context regarding Marathon's development. I believe they had to restart the entire development cycle for Marathon once or twice, and then to push it out to get it where it was. And then he said Marathon never got its time in the sun. I think he's just kind of quickly assuming that the audience already knows about Marathon. I don't know the audience of his channel generally. I don't know if they're like active consumers of gaming media. I feel like he should have explained that Marathon specifically was released and it fell a bit short of expectations for a studio this size for how much it would be appreciated. I don't know, maybe he'll go into it more, but it feels like he kind of breezed past that.
Seeing Marathon on the guillotine, so to say, the game itself had some issues too, being unable to differentiate itself enough and find a lasting population. If none of this prior stuff had happened, we certainly wouldn't be covering Marathon, but considering the majority of the Bungie team left is working on the game, and because I don't think it's a feasible business product or video game to keep an entire struggling company alive,
so that's gonna depend. An entire gaming company alive? I mean, Marathon, it's like Marathon has a decent size player base, but definitely not for the size of a studio Bungie is. Bungie is currently at like 400 active employees full time. I haven't checked the SteamDB player counts recently. I think the daily peaks are probably right around like 6,000, 7,000, somewhere around there. Definitely can't support a 400 member team with that. So yes, maybe. He thinks the entire project cannot. I don't know. I feel like they just need to package it well enough. As somebody who really loves and enjoys this game, I think that there is a world and a universe where they're able to package the game in such a way that it gets more people playing, that it can support the studio. But it's going to be an issue of whether or not they have the resources, whether or not as the days go on.
Let alone even just in general. That's why Marathon is being featured on the Death of a Game series despite not literally being dead. Something that does happen from time to time in the series, of course. Marathon is a hot subject at the moment, with many detectives asking me to cover the project before the body is even cold. And so, detectives, let us get started on this case, as it continues to unravel before our very eyes. The story begins after the acquisition of Bungie by Sony in 2022 for a whopping $3.6 billion. This would include their flagship Bellevue studio in Washington with over 900 employees or more. Sony seemed quite high on what they could do with Bungie and their included IPs, especially because they had a long prior relationship with them due to their Destiny games on PlayStation.
Included IPs are... Forgive me for not being a Bungie super fan. Do they have any other, like, this is before Marathon, right? This acquisition was before, I mean, I think Marathon was, like, in development, right? So we had the old Marathon IP. We have Destiny. Do they even have any other IPs other than that?
And well, 2022 was the best year for Destiny 2, and Destiny really, as a series, was the year the game's Witch Queen expansion came out, one of the most highly touted in the game's history. But to be clear, the acquisition happened right before the expansion, and was likely in motion from the previous year. What I mean is that Sony had likely put this into motion back in 2021. That was the year that Bungie had massive harassment lawsuit issues, and when they started introducing one of the worst practices in gaming history, a severe dagger to their own series, and vaulting. What on earth?
As somebody who is never big on Destiny, this is like the biggest complaint from the Destiny fandom. The vaulting of content, like removing content from the game, like shit people paid for. Like, I can understand in a live service game, maybe like League of Legends. I know Destiny 2 is free to play right now. It wasn't on release. Destiny was not free on release. The expansions are paid. In League of Legends, if they remove a way to play the game, if they remove a game mode, I think, while it does suck for the player, the game's free, right? If you're making it so you can't play content people paid for, what are we doing here? That's a business practice that makes no sense. Like, what?
Were they basing their projections on? Worse, according to some former Bungie developer claims, the company was facing insolvency without the acquisition, which seemed to back up our investigation into Bungie as a company through our other 2 Destiny videos. Go check them out, please. Especially when in a year or so time, they were already facing major layoffs and more. Bungie has somehow managed to do it again, after never finishing their deal with Microsoft or Activision either. They had managed to keep themselves afloat, despite the internal and executive issues that had plagued the game since the Microsoft departure. Marathon would be announced May 25th, 2023, and this was the first Bungie project post-Destiny and the first Sony project. Marathon was a long-retired IP, with the first game having launched back in 1994, and one that
literally 30 years ago.
Unique innovations, such as mouse-looking. Yeah, mouse-looking, physics, and the coexisting of friendly and enemy AI. It also included an interesting premise.
Revolutionary! You know, things we take for granted today. Also, did he mention that it only came out on the Mac? That's like kind of a relatively large point. They're like, okay, we're going to revolutionize the FPS. We're going to put shooters that were only on console at the time, but only going to be on Mac. As somebody who wasn't around for gaming at that point, kind of a perplexing decision.
And lore set within the game too, and world, being a game about a large colony ship named Marathon that was sent to the Ta Seti system to build a new colony. The story revolves around the 3 main characters, which are actually AI that were put in charge of keeping systems running while those aboard would be in cryo-sleep. Durandal, who was an AI put in charge of menial tasks, would go.
The version Tana has no character, needs an avatar, cares about humanity, but a pussy. Needs a voice actor, host is a depressed soldier, can't even troll due to loyalty, not even badass, has a shorter lifespan than humans, can't even defend herself, remembered, I'm guessing, for vaguely sexy avatar that Neckbeard's jacket to, manipulates everyone so that she can say goodbye to her boyfriend. The Chad Durandal doesn't need an avatar, has snark and philosophy down to a damn language, won't die until probably the end of the universe. Gonna survive that as well. Fakes his death multiple times, often comes back and does even something even more badass. Host is a kick-ass cyborg who can jump across time and space, overwhelms an alien AI, destroys half a star fleet with nothing but a Corvette. Doesn't need a voice actor, remembered for unique dialogue and badassery. Couldn't give less of a shit about humanity. Dude, that's badass. Trolls several employees along with an eldritch god at once. Calls a high-tech alien ship Boomer. Carves Victory Boast into a moon in Latin. Guys, I'm kind of a LARPer when it comes to the original Marathon. Durandal. They're being compared to Cortana. So is Durandal like... I thought, when I heard people talk about Durandal when I was playing Marathon, I thought Durandal's like a bad guy. Is Durandal supposed to be like Cortana, where they're like your AI, or are they just sort of like Lord of the Universe sort of a thing? Like more of a lording over Tau Ceti and what the scene of the action is going on? Or is he like a neutral? He's a rogue AI, so he's like kind of does their own thing. So he's like a neutral party. Okay. Jerks the player around. Okay, he's like a neutral party then. Gotcha.
Rampant, or rogue, inviting an alien ship into contact with the colony, and then that alien ship would destroy most of it. And then spearheading the human civilization into intergalactic space warfare with the race of slaving aliens thereafter, the Four. The new Marathon wasn't set to be a revival, but a new entry in the same universe set in the same star system of Tau Ceti, this time investigating a lost colony on one of the system's planets, Tau Ceti 4, and also, according to Bungie, in search of riches, fame, and infamy. Game director Christopher Barrett, who was behind a few Destiny expansions, would state concerning the new sci-fi shooter that it would be a PvP-focused game and not feature a single-player campaign. Though Christopher would...
Ooh, no single-player campaign! My Chungus single-player campaign with a story? No!
confirm the game was not a...
What a backstab to all gamers who like single-player campaigns. Unbelievable. No single-player campaign? Hashtag boycott.
direct sequel to the originals, though it would still try to honor the original game, mythology, and story. To describe the temperature of this time, Bungie gamers were a bit confused at the usage of a Marathon IP, especially when the game seemed to abandon single...
Don't most people skip the campaign in multiplayer games? Yeah, you would think after like decades of people who play Call of Duty who think that, oh, the campaign's nice and most people just play the fucking multiplayer. Like, I've talked extensively about the whole, like, just add a single-player campaign bullshit. Constant. I've talked about it so much. Like, the reason why a lot of these big studios don't make single-player campaigns is because it's by the data, it's by what the consumers fucking want. Most people play live service multiplayer games. Why don't they make a single-player campaign? Because most people don't spend a lot of time playing them. I know, because they're not very replayable and stuff like that, and because like the return on investment versus the amount of investment. Listen, I understand that there's different mechanical things going on there. Okay, I understand. But largely, if most of the consumer base is spending most of their money and time on multiplayer and live service, why are we crashing out about when they fucking service that demand? Like, gamers don't even know what they want, bro.
Which is what the game was previously known for. And why not make it a Destiny-branded game? We didn't quite know the game would be an extraction shooter yet either, which would only further the departure from the Marathon IP, and further confuse Destiny players who saw Marathon in what would almost...
Clue. Oh my god. This is going to be one of his biggest talking points, is that there's no single-player campaign. Oh my god.
I didn't quite know the game would be an extraction shooter yet either, which would only further the departure from the Marathon IP, and further confuse Destiny players who saw Marathon in what would almost inevitably from this point on become a sore spot for them, as a game they saw that was only taking away from the further development of the Destiny series, which is hard to really argue, right? Major layoffs would plague Bungie during Marathon's development, as Destiny 2 would be blamed.
Oh no, game is not as the same as the previous ones. Oh my god, yeah! They fucking made a departure from the original game design of the original Marathon that was released 30 fucking years ago! So therefore, it's one of the major reasons for the game's failure. Bro, I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it. Come on, like I don't feel like no single player campaign is at all a good argument for why a game fell short.
away from
Like, I feel like it's such a non-argument. I feel like it's so dumb.
development of the Destiny series, which is hard to really argue, right? Major layoffs would plague Bungie during Marathon's development, as Destiny 2 would be blamed for the
Blurb literally capping. Well, you typed caping. I'm not caping. According to you, I should be capping. That should be with 2 P's. Actually, most people play single-player games, and me personally, I don't play a lot of single-player games, at least not like campaign story-driven ones. And by the way, a majority of the fans of the OG skipped this game because it was live service, but okay. Sega Studios. The original series released 30 years ago. Most of the current modern gaming audience didn't even know what the fuck Marathon was until they published this trailer and announced the game. The original core audience is all they all got a fucking wife and kids. They're all like in their 40s and 50s. They're all retired at this point, bro. What do you mean the original audience of the original Marathon skipped out on it because it's a live service? The majority of the fucking modern game audience is not all 7 of us. Yeah, there's not that many original fucking Marathon fans.
To be around 100 employees too, amounting
I didn't even know the Marathon franchise existed until like 7 months ago.
To around 10% of the company's overall workforce. It's during this time we would realize that Bungie had been, despite their acquisition up until this point, acting as an independent subsidiary of Sony. Further, the board of
That's like saying if Atari did a remake of Pong and they made it 3D instead of 2D, people argued that they were alienating the original audience. Because when it came out 40 fucking years ago, it was only in 2D. So all the geriatric fucking retirees in the old folks' home aren't going to play the new Pong because there's an extra dimension which makes the game too complicated. That's such an awful argument, dog.
Directors had been in support of Bungie, but
the market has changed. I'm sorry.
Had become split, with Pete Parsons, the company's CEO, serving as the tiebreaker vote. The layoffs were issued by Bungie, though, for example, which was almost worse in a sense because it spoke to a possibly larger oncoming inferno, and that Bungie
Let's assume that all the fans are old, so haven't been getting old games like this for years. Well, really, first time I played Marathon OG was in 2016, so yeah, okay. Sega Studios. Listen, there's exceptions to every rule, okay? Your argument that actually, I only started playing the OG Marathon in the past 10 years, which, by the way, that's also still a longest time ago. You, as an exception, does not disprove the rule. Most people in the modern game audience didn't even know Marathon was a fucking franchise.
Was struggling to keep running as a company on its own, which according to sources at IGN would lead to a fear of a total Sony takeover by the end of 2023. The reason this is relevant for the story of Marathon, besides it being the same studio and, well, video game developer in question, is because a total takeover from Sony could change the destiny, no pun intended, of the new sci-fi shooter, or put unfair expectation on an upcoming title that was never designed to be the video game that would feed Bungie's massive 800 employees or more, but it would soon be put into a position where they would have no choice but to do just employee.
This is a valid argument. I didn't like no single-player campaign. I feel like this is a good one. So, from what I'm understanding with his argument here, it's that the direction of the game, it was never meant to service a giant audience, like a Destiny level, appeal to as many people as possible. But now that there is no more Destiny, they still got this big-ass lumbering studio of like 400, 500 active developers.
Question.
It's now going to have to support all those people.
Is be a shooter, or put unfair expectation on an upcoming title that was never designed to be the video game that would feed Bungie's massive 800 employees or more, but it would soon be put into a position where they would have no choice but to do just that. While news concerning Marathon was quite tight-lipped, some serious news would drop in the spring of 2024, and that was due to some misconduct allegations and investigations surrounding game director and longtime Bungie developer Christopher Barrett, who had allegedly been texting lower-ranking female employees with suggestive texts, utilizing...
That's crazy. Wait, who is this guy? Is this guy on Twitter?
Investigations surrounding game director and longtime Bungie developer Christopher Barrett, who had
I think his stuff got recommended me from time to time because he like tweets about Marathon.
Texting lower-ranking female employees with suggestive texts, utilizing his position of power as an advantage. You know, a dork. This would lead to a leadership mix-up at Bungie, specifically.
He got the Zeeg on the line. You know, if he did anything good, if he was going to be an abusive piece of shit. At the very least, he got us Joseph Ziegler, who gave us the amazing game that we all know and love
Marathon
today.
with Joe Ziegler set to replace the guy that was creepy or whatever. Now, Joe Ziegler had recently joined the company that following year, where he had previously never worked on a Bungie-branded shooter. Instead, Joe Ziegler was credited as the brainchild of Valorant at Riot Games, a studio he would serve for over a decade. That includes being credited for the core design of Valorant, including its competitive focus as a game. The reason this is super relevant is when Bungie hired Joe to work as Marathon's game director, they were almost guaranteeing that that was the sort of game he was wanting to make. Joe had admitted in his departure from Riot that he had gotten bored of managing the game he created. He never said he didn't like the game, and wanted to move on and create more games, something he failed to do after working with the R&D department at Riot Games prior to his departure. Now, you might say I'm over-exaggerating the claim.
So, my analysis of... Excuse me, not my analysis. My understanding of the analysis of Ziegler's decision to jump ship from Valorant comes from Scaro in the Escape Will Make Me podcast. Shout out. He says that his analysis of why Ziegler jumped ship is because he's trying to advance his career and move ahead in the sort of the food chain for game dev. So he's trying to get all these games under his belt as being game director, and he's speculating that when he jumps ship from Marathon, he's jumping to another studio to direct another big game, and he's trying to chain all these together so eventually he can climb up to maybe like direct a studio or something like that, even higher than a game director. So I don't know if that's true or if this gentleman's analysis, if Nerdslayer is correct, that it's because he got bored because he couldn't make a new game. I don't know. Maybe he'll touch on that, but this was not my understanding of it.
He would make Marathon competitive focused, like he did with Valorant, but considering his small track record of games, hindsight being 2020, and his personality as a person, it seemed like it was far more likely that that would be the case. Then it would somehow go back into the Marathon roots as a game direction, where it would include single player and so on and so forth. Despite being announced over a year prior, Marathon had not been shown almost at all. That was until Ziegler would appear in the fall of 2024 telling fans that the game was on track, but just not ready to show anything yet. More importantly, the same announcement, Ziegler would make the claim about Marathon that it's a game that's not for everyone. Which I think is fine to say as a game developer, and feels fine, and fair, all things considered. But the problematic part was that this expectation behind the game itself, which was that the new IP would mean a new audience. That was the ultimate goal for why they didn't make it a Destiny-branded game.
New IP, new audience. Keep that in mind. New IP, new audience. They didn't resurrect Destiny because they know they had an existing audience. Marathon, cool IP, a lot of cool design, hasn't been touched for 30 years. That gives them a buffer to sort of mix things up with the original release. Okay?
Mean a new audience. That was the ultimate goal for why they didn't make it a Destiny-branded game. But as we would later find out, almost 70% of Marathon's
50
audience
streams is crazy.
would be Destiny players. So if anything, the desire to split the projects was almost seen as adversarial by some Bungie fans, because the statement seemed to be aimed at them specifically, as most of the fans at Bungie at this point, since Halo had long moved on from their grasps, were PvE fans, not PvP fans. And well, Marathon was set to be almost exclusively a PvP or PvPvE experience. Maybe you can chalk it up to the fan base being sensitive, and boy, they are a sensitive bunch. For example, I had...
Bro, you can't be calling the Destiny audience sensitive. They're gonna go fucking crazy on you. Dude, if you say anything about the Destiny audience on Twitter, you have a fucking army of neckbeards and people who haven't showered in like 3 weeks on your fucking replies, fucking colluding against you, trying to spread rumors about you. Dude, you got to be careful what you say about the Destiny community. There's a lot of real fucking weirdos in that community, dog. I'm telling you right now. Last time I said something crazy about Destiny on Twitter, I had genuine fears for the safety of the future of Marathon. I thought that because of what I said, they were gonna start fucking attacking the Bungie HQ. Didn't a fucking Destiny fan attack one of the OG developers the other week at GCX? Like, who was that one lady who posted a fucking tweet of like that head injury because a Destiny fan fucking attacked her? These people are rabid, bro. And again, it's not all of them, but there's like a core Destiny audience that's like fucking unhinged, okay? You got to be careful, man.
People ridiculing me for covering Destiny 2 before Marathon, though Marathon had literally just launched. But I think Destiny fans and thus Bungie fans have a solid point, and, you know, they're just very passionate for a reason, which was why was so much focus being put into a project that had such little crossover? Business was the answer. Bungie ultimately gave through their executive and design decisions, something I have accused Bungie of being more interested in already, due to their extensive anti-consumer practices, despite having some, as I already said, devout fans of their titles. Marathon would host a limited alpha testing of sorts April 23rd through the...
Okay, so to his point back, is it anti-consumer to make a PvP-focused game when a lot of your existing audience likes PvE? Like, so again, I was not even aware of Marathon's existence until like 6 or 7 months ago. Like, the idea that Bungie only made the game PvP to like follow a market trend, I don't understand whether or not that's true, or if I don't know if they did it to like chase money, certainly or not, but I can tell you this, if this was a PvE focused game, I probably wouldn't have cared as much as I did. I am playing this game because it's the best playing. I should say play it. I'm waiting for them to fix the fucking game in 2 months. I played this game because it is currently the best extraction shooter in the market by far. I love this game. And it's because of the PvP focus. It doesn't feel like they were trend chasing to me personally. But again, I don't know. I don't have the perspective and the background of having followed Bungie as a studio for a while. But I feel like just because they make a slightly different catering of a game's subgenre, it's not like anti-consumer. They're not like betraying people. Like maybe they just want to make a fucking different game, dog.
I have accused Bungie of being more interested in already, due to their extensive anti-consumer practices, despite having some...
Read on it is it's always been they abandoned PvP and Destiny to focus on making Marathon their premier pure PvP experience, which they can then make Destiny fully PvE without the worry of improper balancing. I mean, maybe, but that didn't work out for Bungie too well because Sony shut it down, so I don't know.
Fans of their titles. Marathon would host a limited alpha testing of sorts April 23rd through the 4th of May 2025, and it's during this time we saw a waterfall of things coming out following it, starting with the reception of the game, which according to Kotaku had some good bits but left them scratching our heads, our being Kotaku. And also it's kind of funny because they actually said out, and this is like the first paragraph that's misspelled. But Kotaku, like many players, were high on the game's moment-to-moment gameplay, which was a return to form for Bungie, with miniguns functioning like past Destiny or Halo guns, and just the whole certain polish and...
Dude, the gun... Dude. I kind of want to hop back on Marathon right now, guys. Guys, the gunplay... I say I kind of want to hop back on. I want to hop back on a fictional version of Season 1 being re-released, okay? Season 1 on release, this was the most fun I'd had in a video game in a long-ass time. Unironically, bro. Bro, it was so good. Everything was so clean and crisp, bro.
Smoothness to accompany it all. The alpha testers gave testers access to 2 maps. 4 runners, think of them like a hero class or character that offered different ways to play the game, including with unique abilities, and contracts you could fulfill for rewards.
Holy aim, this guy got to lock in. I don't know if this is trailer footage or if this is his gameplay, but dude, holy aim, you got to lock in.
Some players were likening Marathon, however, to Apex Legends, where you can lose all of your stuff when you die, which was a worrying proposition, as Apex Legends had severe player retention issues due to the...
Apex Legends is a battle royale, dog. They're likening the game to Apex Legends because there's a 3-stack trio mechanic and there's a class selection. I don't think people liken this game to Apex Legends because you lose everything when you die. I don't know about that part of the analysis. I'm not sure about that, buddy. I'm going to have to deduct points for not knowing what the fuck you're talking about
abilities and contracts you could fulfill for rewards and progression. Some players were likening Marathon, however, to Apex Legends, where you can lose all of your stuff when you die, which was a worrying proposition.
Yeah, that's not why people compared it to Apex.
Apex Legends had severe player retention issues due to the game's insanely high skill cap as a battle royale shooter. If Marathon was even more niche than that, it was going to struggle heavily to maintain a healthy population. More complaints in the game were concerning the game's fast time to kill, which made mistakes just way more fatal, and fights able to just end in seconds. Worse, because the maps were rather small, think way smaller than Fortnite or Apex Legends map due to design and the fact that the game only allowed for up to 18 players to play in the same lobby, not counting the AI in the game, so the small maps led to monotony.
So, I also see this criticism a lot from people like who just generally have critiques of Marathon. I've never felt that the maps are too small. I feel like a lot of the people who call the maps small approach the game like it's a battle royale. And I understand the comparisons with Marathon being like a battle royale in the sense of the pacing and the combat, but the map sizes are fine for an extraction shooter. Most of my background playing extraction shooters is in Tarkov. I think compared to Tarkov, they're probably pretty similar, right? Compared to Arc Raiders, the maps are tiny. I never got into Arc personally, but I don't know. I've never felt an issue with the map sizes, especially because of how much detail is in them. The biggest, like, perimeter, I feel like there's a lot of wasted space. Like, a lot of this shit, there's just, like, nothing going on here. Apparently, they're going to be fixing this in Season 3. But, like, Dire Marsh is pretty big. And there's a fair amount of things to do in Dire Marsh. I don't feel like... I've never felt that the maps are too small.
Boredom, and just fights that were at a super fast pace that you couldn't avoid. And then the design of them led itself to people camping certain choke points, creating zones of anti-play, where players waited
Camping checkpoints is just part of an extraction shooter.
and listened for the best moment to strike instead of making their own movements and actions. The art style in Marathon was just about the crowning feature of the game, controversially, even.
Oh yeah, dude. The art in this game is just so fucking gorgeous. This entire video, I think he's just been like playing trailers and like public release footage of Marathon stuff. This game is just so gorgeous, bro.
It seemed to be either loved or hated. It was a contrast of bright neon aesthetics mixed with stark color accents and intentional negative space. Or if you didn't take art in college, it has bright colors and utilizes them in a grim dystopian sci-fi looking setting. The problem being the rest of the game is so damn generic. The UI is hard to navigate and even read. The UI
rest of the game is generic. I think that there are some critiques with the UI. I don't think the inventory is one of them. I think most of the UI issues come down to the main menu and navigating different menus that should have been attached. A lot of the UI issues that were present at the release of the game in March have been addressed. There are some more left to be addressed. But the inventory, I never felt the inventory was difficult to navigate. I always felt the inventory was fine.
It looks like my friends modded it into Halo 2 or something, and the actual game systems are no deeper, with each shell serving as the body of each.
The game, okay, hold on. Let me play this back. What's his criticism here?
Sci-fi looking.
I missed it.
The problem being the rest of the game is so damn generic. The UI.
Rest of the game outside of the art style is generic.
It's hard to navigate.
UI is hard to navigate. Even though he's showing the inventory here, I think this is just like the first clip he found of a user interface here. Again, to be fair, the inventory is not at all hard to navigate. Rest of the game being generic, I don't know about that. I feel like as far as like as somebody who mostly played Tarkov, I feel like it services a different part of the extraction shooter audience. I do not feel this game is generic at all. I love the systems in this game. The attachments, like the rarity, like the power scaling in this game with Power Fantasy, like how much stronger you get with items. I don't feel like that's generic at all. The way that you can put a golden attachment on your gun and totally change how it operates and make it like giga overpowered, I love that. That's not generic.
Setting.
I totally disagree
with that. The rest of the game is so damn generic. The UI is hard to navigate and even read. The UI looks like my friends modded it into Halo 2 or something. And
the UI, what, in the inventory? I don't think the inventory is that bad. I think there's a lot of valid criticisms for the main menu, but the inventory I think has always been fine.
Actual game systems are no deeper, with each shell serving as the body of each runner.
The actual game systems are no deeper. I feel like there's a fair amount of depth. Like, there's no depth in reference to what? Look, you got like in this I'll just use the trailer clip he's using as an example. Both of these cores significantly change how you approach your gameplay. He's got thief cores on here. This could either be the one that increases your X-ray visor's distance, or it could be the one that makes you invisible. Regardless, either one of those, you're going to be playing around the existence of this core being on your person. You're going to activate your X-ray differently. You're going to use it to sweep different areas. If this is the invisible while in a drone thing, you're going to play more around your drone. You're going to drone in different places because you know that you're going to be less vulnerable. You don't have to find a hiding spot because as soon as you open your drone, you're just totally invisible. There's a lot of depth in this game.
aka player on ТoDaY 4. The idea is runners are manufactured mercenaries with programmable traits and personalities, and used to navigate harsh conditions on the planet instead of actual human forms. Originally, these runners would have elements of personalities that came from historical features and more. When a shell is destroyed, because your mind as the operator or runner is already detached, you just warp into another shell and repeat the process. This is probably the most unique part of Marathon, to be honest, because the actual execution was essentially just a hero shooter in this game now, where each hero has their own personality and unique abilities. So Marathon...
I feel like this is just like sort of like a lore explanation of like what's going on, like with the shell, like you embodying a shell. I don't know how this would be like represented in the game. Maybe there could be like an in-game sequence where it's like you're embodying the shell more specifically. Maybe they could add like a layer of abstraction when you're on the main menu, like selecting a shell, so it appears more like you're choosing them from a carousel of toy boxes, for example. Like if you go in the shell select menu, each of the shells are in their own box and their own packaging. That would make it feel like there's that layer of abstraction that you're not playing as the shell, that you're just embodying this type of character. I feel like just saying, oh, it just becomes a hero shooter. I feel like you could have like given an example of like a different way they could have portrayed it. This is like, yeah, this is a bit of a nitpicky criticism.
The actual execution was essentially just a hero shooter in this game now, where each hero has their own person.
Like you're just like using the lore and like analyzing how it was applied to the game in a practical sense. Like if you personally don't like hero shooters, thumbs up, good for you. That's a fair criticism. You could say I don't like hero shooters. There's too many. There's too much going on with hero shooters. I don't like extraction shooters. That's fine. I don't feel like this is a good criticism.
And unique abilities. So Marathon, great gunplay or not, as Kotaku would state, seemed like a shell of a game. And they, and myself, and many others would not see the feasibility of a game unless some serious changes were made. And that's exactly what
such as
would happen in the summer of 2024, when Bungie would not only delay Marathon, they would promise to make some serious game design changes to respond to the legion of negative feedback they had been receiving, with the new launch set to be the following year in the spring now instead. Sony shortly after would publicly reveal after their major Concord failure that the delay of Marathon and, well...
Guys, I don't know if you knew this, but when we're talking gaming history, there are two periods. Okay? There's BC and PC. Before Concord and post Concord. Why the fuck does everything always come back to Concord, bro? Bro!
Their overall live service strategy, which was like the greenlight 10 to 15 live service games in quick succession, hadn't been going very smoothly either. And when you get mentioned negatively before even launching, delayed or not, by your parent company, it shows how much was riding on the success of your launch, which is exactly why the game was delayed, right? A serious delay like this means that those in charge felt like no other alternative was viable. But right before this announcement was made, there was actually a...
So... Let me bring one thing up here because it's relevant to the gameplay footage right here. He hasn't touched on it yet. I don't know if he will because it sounds like he's about to skip ahead to the game post-delay. Part of the reason why the game was delayed was because people had critiques about some of the nuances of the visual design. So this is an alpha screenshot. This is one of the things that got changed, by the way. People no longer blow up into glowy sparkles anymore. One of the critiques people had was that things were like too bright, too plasticky. Look at this table here. There's no like what would that be? There's no like grime. There's not a whole lot of depth to the texture. It's sort of just like a white box with some details on it. There's no like dust. There's no wear. There's nothing like that. A lot of the game, and it's in a lot of the footage that he used for the pre-alpha footage. This is one of the reasons why they delayed the game when they remixed it, was to update this because a lot of people found this specific focus for the design to be a bit too unappealing.
Other
I personally, I don't mind it too much. I actually kind of like it a little bit, but I can understand why it turned a lot of people off the game.
Alternative was viable. But right before this announcement was made, there was actually another serious bit of information that would be revealed concerning Marathon, and one that also likely contributed to the game's
He's going to talk about the art scandal.
delay, and many people's
Stolen art fiasco. There it is.
negative opinion of the game.
As I understand it, this quote-unquote stolen art fiasco was relatively minor, but it kind of got blown up. Again, like, I'm not saying that, like, stealing art is, like, a nothing burger, but I feel like it is kind of blown out of proportion. I feel like the biggest thing is that for a studio of Bungie's size, it's very unprofessional. But, like, the stolen art was, like, little accents that they would put on shit. Like, it would be something like this, like a little accent that they would put on a texture.
Especially from this point on. And
I'm not, like, invalidating what the artist did, or, like, I'm not saying it's bad that they were, like, it's not, I'm not saying that what Bungie did wasn't bad, right? But what I'm saying is a lot of people blow the shit way out of proportion.
that was accusations of plagiarism having plagued Marathon, coming from multiple artists such as Tofu Rabbit and Anti-Real,
I wasn't aware of allegations from multiple artists.
all showing receipts that seemed to show some level of authenticity.
I'm aware of one artist specifically, I forget their name.
Tofu Rabbit and Anti-Real, all showing receipts.
Nerf. Mine. This is a Nerf gun. This is not Marathon. This is a Nerf gun.
That seemed to show some
Did you show the wrong graphic? That's Destiny? Is this Destiny? Why is it labeled Nerf?
level of authenticity, such as mock weapon drawings, environment assets,
Okay, Anti-Real is the individual that I'm aware of. The Marathon Alpha released recently, and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. Yes. But this is to my point. A lot of it, this is bad. But I feel like the level that, like, I don't feel like that this is, like, something that would kill a game. It would not have been quite a big of a deal if Bungie hadn't been caught several times before. Well, in that sense, I missed the context then. Because I've not been following Bungie for years. Maybe he'll get into it. They had problems with it before Marathon just kind of exploded harder with Marathon. We'll see then.
seemingly taken from artist poster designs made years prior, and more. Something that Bungie had already been accused of concerning Destiny, by the way. This would force Bungie to address
Okay, well, he touched on it briefly. Something Bungie had been accused before with Destiny, by the way. I wish he got into it because I'm not familiar with any of those allegations. Again, it's really fucked up that they plagiarized that artist. My understanding, what I've read, artist has been compensated. They're in the credits. I feel like, I'd imagine they've probably been made whole, and I hope so. What Bungie did was not good, but saying that the game failed, or it's like a contributing aspect to why they failed, I feel like it's such a minor thing. So many companies do so much shady shit. Like Counter-Strike. Some of the most valuable skins in all of Counter-Strike are fucking stolen art. People don't shit on and flame Valve because of the stolen art scandals. They, like, fired whatever, well, no, because, like, a lot of the skins are community made. They, like, they made the artist whole, and a lot of the skins that are contraband because you can no longer obtain them, like the Howl, the M4 Howl, those are extra valuable because you can't fucking obtain them anymore. Right? Like, I really don't feel like a plagiarism scandal is a large contributor to why a game would fail. I feel like that it's a nothing burger.
that Bungie had already been accused of concerning Destiny, by the way. This would force Bungie to address the reports, as they would build steam on social media with video game media outlets. Bungie would have art director Joseph Cross and game director Joe Ziegler make a public apology.
Well, I think what he's building at is the negative sentiment around the game is a combination of a ton of smaller fuck-ups and mistakes by Bungie. Unfortunately, Marathon has to pay for it. It could be. It could, like, we'll hear him out, but so far, what are we at? Like, 3 of the 4 major points he's made, I feel like aren't very big points.
May 16th, 2025, with Cross sitting there looking like he was being sent to the gulag after the video, with him struggling to even get his words out concerning his statement about the accusations of art.
Sony took him in the back room and fucking, they fucking pistol whipped him, bro. They're like, bro, you gotta stop stealing shit. Get in front of the camera. Bro's fucking upsetty spaghetti right now. Yeah, I mean, they made the artist whole.
Plagiarism from trans artists, specifically, and plural. His excuse being they obtained a bunch of concept art and reference pieces that their team seemed to miss their due diligence on and crediting, which made it into the live build of the game in alpha. But this game was moments away from launching, and at this point having to comb through your game's art and redo it was not feasible for the company, which meant they were going to have to pay up or work to satisfy the artists they had wronged, which usually means crediting them, which they would reportedly do according to Anti-Real themselves, but I'm skeptical of that ultimately. It wasn't just
I'm sorry, hold on. But they'd have to pay up or credit them, and they did according to Anti-Real, which is the person who was wronged. But he doubts it? What?
they do according to Anti-Real themselves, but I'm skeptical of that ultimately.
But I'm skeptical of that. What, do you think Bungie fucking intimidated them into saying on Twitter that they were credited? Like, I'm pretty sure like they shared like a screenshot of the credits where they were credited. What is this criticism?
Which they would reportedly do according to Anti-Real themselves.
Which they would reportedly do according to the victim.
But I'm skeptical of that ultimately.
But I'm skeptical of it. What?
It wasn't just taking
Isn't she literally in the credits as an art consultant? That's my understanding. They're literally in the credits. What do you mean you're skeptical of it? This isn't something you're skeptical of. This is like a true-false argument, okay? It is computer science, okay? 1 or 0. It's not like, it might be 0.5. No, it either happened or it didn't. And my understanding is that it is. Hold on. We can bring it up right now. Hold on. Anti-Real Bungie credit marathon. Can I get a screenshot to show on screen? If anybody's in the Discord, oh, hey, look at that. Would you look at that, chat? Oh my goodness. Check this out. Okay, he doubts this, by the way. According to Anti-Real, I don't know if they actually got credited. 5-second Google search. Anti-Real, the artist whose art was sold, is in Marathon's credits. Oh wow, look at that. What? Maybe I'm missing his point, but why do you...
some elements, it's like
the
game's whole iconography and high contrast coloring, which set the game apart, and is almost the only thing that does. I personally like the style of the art Marathon exhibits because it's bold and unique, but I can't help but feel this weird and sour taste in my mouth about it now. And while the entire thing ends up being ironic when...
This weird and sour taste in my mouth now. Well, I mean, they made the artist whole. Again, like, an artist doesn't own a high contrast coloring. What the fuck? Yeah, like, obviously, every game that has, like, a visual design, there's, like, inspirations and stuff. Okay, every art, like, I don't know anything about game dev, but my understanding is anytime that you have, like, an art team, they build up a pool of inspiration resources that they pull from. And my understanding that this fuck up is because either an employee had intentionally lifted directly from that pool and didn't credit them, or they had procedures in place that did not allow them to well enough allocate whether or not something was inspirational or an actual asset, and they just pushed it in the game. I don't know. There's some people in chat have said that it was like a specific employee that intentionally put stolen shit in there. If so, of course that's fucked up. But regardless, like every piece of art that you ever see is inspired by something. What do you mean it puts a bad taste in your mouth, dog? The artist was made whole.
It's weird and sour taste in my mouth about it now. And while the entire thing ends up being ironic when the game is about corporations and their endless search for greed, and yet the art style seemed to be much of the same. This had done, in my eyes, irreparable damage to the brand of Bungie and their upcoming sci-fi shooter Marathon, and soured many players from even touching the game. Marathon would host their second technical test on October 22nd through the 28th of 2025, which would manage to be a much more positive testing phase for the game. But this and the previous tests were actually under NDA, with the NDA having been lifted on the first test according to reports on purpose to unleash the negative response that the game was getting, and only a select few video game journalists getting to report on the game publicly. Paul Tassi, the king of Destiny, would report on Marathon as well in his time during his technical
The King of Destiny is like a crazy tagline to put on it, but okay.
testing, which was that unless you were already a fan of extraction shooters, Marathon had done very little to attract you as...
The art style is similar to Wipeout games, but Grifters Online made it sound like Anti-Real was the source of all the art. Yeah, like it's a genre of art, like postmodern or fucking art deco. Like there's different like art styles and directions. And when people are building up a catalog of references, they'll like pull from specific artists. Again, like the specific artists don't like they contribute to the body of that art style, but they didn't like originate it.
The player, especially when compared to another competitor, Arc Raiders, who had just launched the same month of the test and seemed to find a great amount of success in being closer to Escape from Tarkov, the extraction shooter pioneer, and yet offering a unique and challenging PvE threat that kept players.
Did he say Arc Raiders is closer to Tarkov? In what way? What? I'm
just launched.
Maybe I missed something.
Player, especially when compared to another competitor, Arc Raiders, who had just launched the same month of the test and seemed to find a great amount of success in being closer to Escape from Tarkov.
What? What? Again, I'm not gonna LARP like I'm an Arc player. I've never played Arc, but everything that I'm aware of Arc, I've consumed a little bit of Arc content. Arc is like Tarkov in a sense that it's an extraction shooter. As far as game in visuals, I mean, I guess visuals, yeah. Like visually speaking, it's more grounded in reality. The setting is a lot different, but like the specific visuals, it's aiming to be a little more realistic, similar to Tarkov. But like, in what sense, other than being an extraction shooter, is it like Tarkov? What?
Extraction shooter pioneer, and yet offering a unique and challenging PvE threat that kept players honest too.
That's a valid. That's a valid point. From everything I've heard, Arc has a lot of interesting and engaging PvE. Marathon, the robots are kind of just designed for you to fight them, and then for that to draw other players to your location. The PvE in Arc, my understanding of it, is actually really good. I do love the Arc PvE. Yeah.
And giving them a more desire to be cooperative. The strangest and most conflicting thing about Marathon, though, which Tassie manages to mention in his thoughts as well, is that the game is actually caught in between being more hardcore than Tarkov and less hardcore at the same
Little editing mistake there.
time.
Okay, so this point is true. I don't know why he left that silence gap in there, but there are elements of Marathon that is more hardcore, and there's elements that are less.
Though, which Tassie
That's
manages
true. For example, I've talked about this a lot. In Marathon, a lot of the game design it revolves around drawing other players to your location. When you open a key door in Marathon, it does what's called the dinner bell. It'll make a loud-ass chime that draws other players to your location. In Tarkov, if you open a key door, the only people who would know are people who are within maybe like a 20-meter radius who could hear you use the key on the door. Maybe not even 20 meters. Maybe like 15. Like, it's way different. Extracting in Tarkov, you stand by the exfil zone for 8 seconds and then you're out of the run. Marathon, you fucking shoot a beam into the sky and it makes a global sound. Everybody knows that you're trying to exfil and you have to wait a whole last minute. In those senses, it's more hardcore than Tarkov. Tarkov, the systems themselves are a lot more hardcore. You have to know a lot about the different guns, the different types of ammo. The time to kill is extremely short. Marathon's time to kill is pretty short. It's even shorter in Tarkov. You can get, like, even if you have a fully decked out kit of armor, it's possible to get one-shotted by the shittiest gun in the game if you just get unlucky. It's the levels, the hardcoreness, there are different aspects.
To mention in his thoughts as well, is that the game is actually caught in between being more hardcore than Tarkov and less hardcore at the same time. I'll explain. More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay, but more casual in nearly every other way.
What? More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay, and less than every other?
Including you being given free starter kits to play. So who was this game actually attempting to appeal to?
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm getting confused. Did he say the Marathon gunplay is
actually
more
caught
hardcore?
in between being more hardcore than Tarkov and less hardcore at the same time? I'll explain. More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay, but more...
What? I don't think this guy has played either Tarkov or Marathon. Gunplay is more hardcore? Marathon's gunplay is more hardcore? And gameplay? Like, I wish he said, like, what specific elements. Gunplay and gameplay are just such vague terms. I'll explain, says one sentence. Yeah, Ben A_Geo. It feels like he hasn't played either Marathon or Tarkov. He can't, like, elaborate or explain on what he's talking about.
More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay, but more casual in nearly every other way.
More casual in nearly every other way. Let's hear an example.
Including you being given free starter kits to play.
That's true. That's true. Being given starter kits is true.
So who was this game actually attempting to appeal to? This essentially was a...
Also, if we're going to talk about Ark is more similar to Tarkov, Ark has free kits as well, right? I'm not going to LARP. Again, I'm not going to LARP and pretend like I played Ark, but I'm pretty sure you get free kits in Ark as well, right? Yes, Ark has free kits. Yeah. So, like, what are we doing here?
Fictitious audience that didn't exist. A Destiny fan who liked extraction shooters already.
I'm not a Destiny fan.
Was a bit of a reach, but outside of that, a gamer who likes an extraction shooter who...
I'm a gamer who likes an extraction shooter.
Harder to play than most, but...
Who's harder to play than most? I don't think Marathon's that hard to play.
Less involved and less hardcore, which is sort of like...
Less involved, less hardcore? What?
The lifeblood of the genre? Worse.
I feel like he's being super vague in this section. I feel like this section he's trying to build points without like a base of understanding what the fuck he's even talking about. He's right that both Tarkov and Marathon are simultaneously both more and less hardcore than each other. Yeah, Blue Westlaw, I just went on a huge rant about why that's accurate. But this analysis here feels super weak. It feels like he's just like saying vagaries of something he's maybe read on Reddit, rather than being able to substantiate what he's saying.
Bungie's answer to everything was that players would find it easier over time to recover from bad losses, which, sounds like you're telling people to submit themselves to constant thrashing, which, don't get me wrong,
What?
Audience.
I'm kind of lost on what your point you're trying to make here. What?
A Destiny fan who liked extraction shooters already was a bit of a reach, but outside of that, a gamer who likes an extraction shooter who is harder to play than most, but less involved and less hardcore, which is sort of like the lifeblood of the genre. Worse, Bungie's answer to everything was that players would find it easier over time to recover from bad losses, which, sounds like you're telling people to submit themselves to constant thrashing.
Sounds like you're telling people to submit to constant thrashing.
Which, don't get me wrong, I believe in this. I'm a martial artist, and I also like fighting games.
Bro, what are we fucking talking about right now? What?
But that's a niche expectation and market expectation, such as, like I said, with fighting games.
So compared to Tarkov, it's... Okay. You give them kits so it's easier to come back from terrible losses, but you have to submit to constant thrashing, except the thrashing is less bad than Tarkov, but still it's still bad because I like Kung Fu and fighting games? He's trying to paraphrase Get Good? Yeah, but so this section, he's doing a lot of comparison to Tarkov, right? And other extraction shooters. I don't see, like, how these data points are connecting, right? Like, he already admittedly said that the game feeds you starter kits, right? Which on its own makes the recovery from losses a lot easier. I know that there is a fair amount of losses to Marathon. It does suck when you lose stuff, but like
easier constant thrashing and market expectation.
But he doesn't really substantiate that. Like, he doesn't really substantiate the level of losses that you incur, right?
Is that the game is actually caught in between being more hardcore than Tarkov and less hardcore at the same time.
More hardcore and less hardcore at the same time.
I'll explain. More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay, but
more hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay doesn't substantiate either of those claims.
More casual in nearly every other way.
More casual in nearly every other way. So he doesn't substantiate gunplay or gameplay. For one, the gunplay's not more hardcore than Tarkov. I would argue the gunplay is way more forgiving than Tarkov, because Tarkov, if you have any amount of armor on, you get fucking tank controls. Gameplay-wise, are we fucking for real? Trying to move around in Tarkov is like trying to walk around in a fucking pit of goo. How are either of those aspects more hardcore than in Tarkov. Again, like the only aspects that's more hardcore than Tarkov is stuff like key rooms or trying to exfil. Like, but he doesn't substantiate any of that. He can't elaborate. He elaborates on why it's easier, though.
Including you being given free
starter kits. But he hasn't substantiated the difficult part.
So who was this game actually attempting to appeal to? This essentially was a fictitious audience.
As somebody who's played Marathon and enjoys it, I feel like it's a very strong middle point to the like hardcore, like advanced, over complex systems of Tarkov, while actually being a fun game to play and not being overly punishing. Marathon is still pretty punishing, but I feel like Tarkov is like over the top, fuck you. Very few breaks are given to you in Tarkov. Marathon gives you way more breaks, but it does ask that you do a bit more PvP, for sure.
That didn't exist. A Destiny fan who liked extraction shooters already was a bit of a reach, but outside of that, a gamer who likes an extraction shooter who is harder to play than most, but less involved and less hardcore, which is sort of like the lifeblood of the genre? Worse, Bungie's answer to everything was that players would find it easier over time to recover from bad losses, which, sounds like you're telling people to submit themselves to constant thrashing, which don't get me wrong, I believe in this, I'm a martial artist, and I also like fighting games, but
dude, this entire point fucking sucks. If you had any chapters in this video, I'd love to, like, mark these, but, like, I can't. Dude, you bothered enough to fucking separate the video into categories with these visual transitions you guys see there at the bottom. Why can't you, like, in the description, put a time marker and then label it? I mean, I guess it probably started somewhere around, like, this whole part right here just fucking sucks. Right now, we're like 4 for 5 on your points just being awful.
that's a niche expectation, and
cigarettes.
Yo, Bloodmaster, thank you for the 100 bits.
market expectation, such as,
Yeah, we're just doing some reacting today.
like I said, with fighting games, or something that's like more strategic, like StarCraft. While many people can be okay with that sort of thing, arguably, and I say this as a martial artist, most people aren't.
That's true. That's true. Any amount of what he calls thrashing, which, by the way, Marathon has less than Tarkov, for sure. I think Ark has substantially less, which is, again, why I don't understand why he said Ark is like Tarkov. Ark, I think, found a lot of success in the extraction shooter genre because it has minimal amounts of quote-unquote thrashing. It's a lot less punishing to play Ark because you have the option to just do PvE only. Yo, Buttonmaster, 55 streams is crazy,
Bungie
bro.
would respond to the feedback of the most recent test a month or so later, where they would seemingly commit to making the game more hardcore, with statements to support this such as them claiming that players want more challenge.
I don't know how much I can speak about this because I didn't play the tests at all.
Sure.
So I have no perspective for this.
Support this,
I don't
such
even
as
think I knew
them
about
they
the
would
game
seemingly
until I maybe saw a trailer around this time. I wasn't
commit to making
familiar
it
with like the current development status or the tests or
challenge.
whatever.
The whole point of an extraction shooter is you are challenged to even survive, which is sort of true, but when you
The whole point of extraction shooter is that you're challenged to even survive. Then why did you say Ark is like Tarkov?
have the
Because Ark is there's ways to die in Ark. Like I'm not gonna LARP like I've played Ark, but Ark is like known as the PvE fucking battle dad game, where it's like a lot more laid back.
ability to play a game fast and slow, aka camp and then kill someone in one shot with fast time to kill and gameplay, it's actually more hardcore already in some ways. Further pushing things in that direction might seem intuitive, but it was a bit of a trap. Bungie would also further state that according to feedback, we heard the feedback that the world didn't feel dangerous or
I'm sorry, I'm processing the footage here. This is not how you use a
further
circuit
pushing
breaker.
things in that direction.
I don't
might
know
seem
what dev
intuitive.
filmed this part of the trailer. This is not how you use the circuit breaker, bro. Look, he's got a circuit breaker. He hooks
It was a
into
bit
the
of a
window. While this is a
trap.
cool clip,
But-
he does not charge the circuit breaker. There's a no charge circuit breaker kill. What are you doing here?
Bungie would also further state that according to
Just use a Mizzy, bro.
feedback, we heard the feedback that the world didn't feel dangerous or lived it, which seemed to be them doubling down on making the game more hardcore versus more approachable. While these might actually be relevant decisions when making a niche product, Marathon wasn't a niche product, and it didn't have the luxury of being one.
Marathon isn't a niche product and didn't have the luxury of being one. I think your timeline is a bit out of whack. Marathon did not become Bungie's flagship until after Destiny 2 got canceled, got axed. I think Marathon was probably, like, again, I haven't followed Marathon's entire development, but from everything that I'm aware of, Marathon, although it performed below expectations, it could kind of coast off of Destiny's revenues and just sort of like eat from the Destiny players.
A niche
and it would have been fine like that. It could have been fine.
It's more approachable. While these might
maybe I
actually
missed
be
something.
relevant decisions when making a niche product, Marathon wasn't a niche product, and it didn't have the luxury of being one, especially when the budget was reportedly $250 million. Meanwhile, Arc Raiders had cost 1/3 of that, and had now managed to sell as many as 14 million.
The budget argument is good. The thing about a live service game, though, is unlike a single player, I know single player campaign. Unlike a single player campaign, though, a live service game, if it has a bad launch, it can actually pull up and like right the ship. Because the point of a live service game is to have recurring, regular revenue with like less development time than it costs, like a lot less development costs and time with how much you're pulling in. Like League of Legends. The dev costs, I'm sure, like are an aspect, but like launching and putting out a game like God of War for the PlayStation, very expensive games to put out. They have to be commercially successful, like on launch. Not a lot of people are buying God of War today compared to when it came out. Any game when it first comes out, it's going to have a lot of purchases and shit. But the profit model of a live service game is to have the recurring payments to feed in over time. Having a rough launch. Multiple live service games have had rough launches. I say as I have none of them that come to mind. Oh, Rainbow Six Siege! Rainbow Six Siege had a fucking terrible launch. Now it's a pretty big game. Now one of the largest gaming influencers on YouTube and Twitch plays Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six sucked on launch. But they were able to write it. So, yeah, you can say they like missed the mark financially, but it's a live service game. So they have the opportunity to sort of right the ship and fix what people don't like about it and maybe change the direction.
While Arc Raiders had cost 1/3 of that, and had now managed to sell as many
I was playing Siege at launch when the Steam lows were like 10K. I played Siege at launch. Not a whole lot. I wasn't like a big player. But like I played when there was like the original. I don't know if I maybe played a little bit after they added some DLC characters. But like when I played, I thought it was okay. And I kind of like rage quit after a little bit. But like I played it earlier in its development when it had lower player counts.
14 million copies, doing so with an affordable and approachable price of $40 too. A price Bungie would actually mimic with the launch of Marathon. The last major changes to come to Marathon before the game would release in the spring of 2026 was the major shell revisions that happened in January 2026. These shell changes would shift the game from being a hero shooter of sorts with pre-made characters to more custom characters that you could select your own upgrades and abilities for individually through the game's shell model system, where you would choose a shell to inhabit, granting you access to their body and unique.
Wait, what? Did I like zone out? Are you like confusing your points right now? I think you just spat a bunch of fucking nonsense. Hold on, let me rewatch
in the spring
this.
of 2020. The last major
Okay. Let me turn on closed captions. I don't know if I totally missed something or if he just said a bunch of fucking nonsense. I'm leaning on the latter right now. Let me rewatch this.
Changes to come to Marathon before the game would release in the spring of 2026 was the major shell revisions that happened in January 2026. These shell changes would shift the game from being a hero shooter of sorts with pre-made characters to more custom characters that you could select your own upgrades and
What?
abilities for individually through the game's shell model system, where you would choose a shell to inhabit, granting you access to
The shells are the classes. What?
their body and unique abilities that would come with it, such as the assassin, specializing in
Did he use AI to write this video? Like this is like okay. This is like a fundamental thing about Marathon. Like if you read any amount about, like, didn't he say it earlier? When he talked about shells that they were the classes? Hold on. We're at 1938 right now, guys. Somebody bookmark that in your head. With each shell serving as the body of each runner. Did he not talk about that yet? Shells destroyed, operator. Shell of a game. So this entire time, did he just not even fucking know or acknowledge that the shells are different classes?
And access.
I'm just kind of lost right now. Oh, the change from void to assassin? Like just renaming the shells. I feel like the way he's like portraying this though is like different. Renaming the way that the classes or shells are presented is like
through the game.
Like what? Like that's like a totally different argument.
Shell model system where you would choose a shell
They didn't change anything about the quote unquote shell model system. They just changed the names of the characters.
to inhabit, granting you access to their body and unique abilities that would come with it, such as the assassin, specializing in stealth and subterfuge.
They just renamed Void to Assassin.
The destroyer, a well-balanced
It was just a lore change. Yeah, this is not. Yeah,
generalist. The vandal, featuring the best movement in the game. The triage, functioning sort of like a support. The recon, the king of information. The thief, focused on obtaining the best loot. The sentinel,
but like he doesn't even say the original names of the characters. Like
about area control, and
this is not a major change. Yeah, like did he say it was a major change? Hold on.
Changes 6 was the major shell revisions that happened.
The major shell revisions. So did this renaming come with any actual balance stuff? Again, I didn't play during the test, so I can't say that. But like, no, it didn't. No.
About area.
Yeah, this is just fucking nothing. There's just nothing. So we're like 5 for 6 on points being just totally worthless.
And finally, the Rook, which was the most unique shell mode, taking inspiration from Escape from Tarkov's.
On the devlog related to this, can you send it in the Discord? Because you're not allowed to send links in the chat. Let me see if I can just search it. Marathon game shell revisions January 6. The change he's talking about was in 2022. Holtzy, are you in the Discord? Can you like send these fucking links? Okay, Zeramus has the link here. Is it like is this an actual chat GPT script? Dev Insights, Runner Shells, new video. So January 2026. Share a new look at our Marathon Vidoc where we talk about want to share more about Runner Shells, the moddable synthetic bodies you'll inhabit on your runs across Tau Ceti. It's 9 minutes long.
Whereas a modified futuristic version of the assassin shell is built.
They're just like sharing the names of the classes. Did they even say like them being renamed? I think. Okay, they're just sharing the different shells. I think he's talking about Marathon before the alpha when the games were about to make your character when Z came on board switch to unique characters. So he just like totally fucked up his timeline. He totally fucked up his timeline. How often does this guy upload? Because so far this video is like hyper slop. 3 days ago, 10 days ago. He's making videos like once or twice a week. I think. Yeah, I think that's these are probably forgivable errors. Maybe he used like AI to write his stuff. Like if he was doing videos like once every month or two, I'd say like as a journalist, this video would be fucking worthless. I think that this is just like a slop video for like gamer morons who just want to slurp up some slop about talking about video games because like there's like nothing of substance in this video. There's been like one decent point he's made in this entire thing, and I think it was about the game being unapproachable, and that's it. Everything else has been fucking stupid.
System, where in that game a player drops into an already in progress match as a solo player, risking nothing since you're given a loadout, allowing you to loot up your stash a bit. Though the problem in Marathon is that you are always given a free kit, so there's kind of...
Nah, bro, I've seen his Monster Hunter Wilds video, and he was so wrong about so much, he even called Monster Hunter an MMORPG. Is this just like a slop... Okay, again, I've not watched this guy's content before. Does he just like post... I think it is just like gamer slop, right? This is not like a journalistic type of channel, is it? Because like... If that's true, and it's like, there's no way he's playing all these games, yeah, probably not. I think this is just like a slop channel. It's like, whatever. Again, I'm not saying you're not allowed to post slop online, but there's like, I feel like there's no journalistic, like, the way, the biggest offense for this channel being a slop channel is that he uses like a journalistic aesthetic, right? Like he's got this like 1920s detective thing going on when it like all of his shit is like points from Reddit, probably uses AI to write his scripts. And that's fine. But like the way you're portraying your shit is like there's like no journalism here. Leave some constructive criticism in his comments. I'm sure he'll react normally. I don't know. I'm gonna upload this entire segment as a reaction, but like this whole video is just slop. Again, there's only one point he's made in this entire thing that has any like actual substance to it.
Like, you're not
The games journalism equivalent of CinemaSins being a movie review channel. I'm sorry. CinemaSins being a movie review channel. Okay, well, I don't watch that channel, so I don't understand the
forced
the
to
reference.
use the
I
Rook
apologize.
system, which in Escape from Tarkov.
Wait, hold on.
King of Information.
Hold on. I missed this part. Hold on.
The
Let's
thief
rewatch.
focused on obtaining the best loot, the Sentinel about area control, and finally the Rook, which was the most unique shell mode, taking inspiration from Escape from Tarkov's scav system, where in that game a player drops into an already in progress match as a solo player, risking nothing since you're given a loadout, allowing you to loot up your stash a bit. Though the problem in Marathon is that you are always given a free kit, so there's kind of like, you're not really forced to use the Rook system. Which, in Escape from Tarkov, either you go into things with like a knife or a melee weapon, or you have to go the Rook route, which is essentially just being a scav and trying to get some, little pieces here and there. The core difference makes Marathon a lot more about gunplay, if you think about it.
I am failing to see what point he's trying to make here. I don't know if I had a stroke in the past 30 seconds, but I genuinely don't understand what point he's trying to make with the Rook criticism.
Use the problem nothing since you're where in that game a player drops into an already in progress.
He's saying Rook is pointless, and he's absolutely right. I got that aspect. I think I think it's because he hasn't played the game. He can't elaborate and explain why, using effective language to explain what the fuck he's talking about and convey his ideas. Because saying that, he says that, players are always given a free kit. He should have said players are always able to get a free kit at any time. So that the point of taking Rook has less of an advantage. But Rook is different because you're again, this goes into having actually played the game. If you just solo queue in Marathon, you'll only be dropped with other solo players, even if you bring a free kit. If you free kit in Marathon trios, you could be matched with other people who are also using a free kit, but they might also have actual gear. You're put in trios. If you play Rook, you're put in trios as a solo. That is a different gameplay aspect. And the kits are different. For Season 2, the Rook kit is pretty useless. In Season 1, I felt like Rook had more of a point. I can kind of get the point he's trying to make, but he fails to do so because he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Scav system, where in that game a player drops into an already in progress match as a solo player, risking nothing since you're given a loadout, allowing you to loot up your stash a bit. Though the problem in Marathon is that you are always given a free kit, so there's kind of
You're not always given a free kit. You always have the option to take a free kit. Those are two different things in actual practical application. They're similar, but when it comes to the practical application of playing the game, those are different. You're not always given a free kit. You can bring whatever you want. You have the option to take a free kit, though.
You're not really forced to use the Rook system, which in Escape from Tarkov, either you go into things with a knife or a melee weapon, or you have to go the Rook route, which is essentially just being a scav and trying to get some, little pieces here and there. The core
It's comparable to being a scav in the sense that you spawn in the middle of a raid and your character is similar to the AI, and that's about it. Because the AI are still aggressive to you. You have an ability that can make you immune to them for a little bit. But that's kind of where the comparisons to being a scav ends. There's no timer. There's no cooldown for Rook. I know for the sake of this video, he doesn't need to elaborate on all these little nuances. I'm sure what I'm saying, the extent of stuff that I'm saying is not necessary for his video. In an ideal world, if his video had any actual written merit to it. But he could boil down my points into fewer words and still convey a good enough point. Because like
escape from
a lot of this stuff, it just like fails any bit of nuance, and it like
Tarkov.
misses the
Either you
mark
go into things
on
with like a
so many
knife or a
points.
melee weapon, or you have to go the rook route, which is essentially just being a scav and trying to get some, little pieces here and there. The core difference makes Marathon a lot more about gunplay, if you think about it. But back to Marathon, or with the implant and core system in the game, with implants granting you passive stats and allowing for up to 4 to be chose, and then cores allowing for up to 2, which would then give you unique abilities such as turning you invisible when aiming or giving you a second
I'm sorry. Let me review
gunplay.
this sentence as well. Okay. Implants give passive abilities,
Passive stats, and
passive stats,
allowing for up to 4 to be chose.
Wait a second. You can get 4 implants? Hold on. I must be misremembering. I must be misremembering, right? Okay, hold on. Chat. Wait, hold on. I just pulled up a Google image here. Am I on substances right now? Have I been taking substances today? I don't think I have. Can somebody help me out? Okay, guys, we're gonna do this together. Okay, we're gonna do this together. 1. Okay. Head. 2. Body. 3. Legs. Shield is an implant. Aren't the cores implants too? Like, bro. This video is actually worthless.
System in the game fun a lot more about gunplay if you think about it. But
Guns are implants. Fuck it. The BD, I think the BD could be considered it.
With the implant and core system in the game, with
Maybe.
implants granting you passive stats and allowing for up to 4 to be chose, and then cores allowing for up to 2, which would
And then cores up to 2.
then give you unique abilities such as turning you invisible when aiming or giving you a second charge on your grapple device. Cores are sometimes unique to your shell model too. And then you have the weapon and equipment system in the game, which allows you to customize your
Yeah, there's just like no nuance on the script. There's just like straight up wrong points. There's like the shit he's saying is like nothing burger.
optics, barrel.
Okay, what's the point he's trying to make here? Let me rewatch this segment again.
Think about it. But back to Marathon, or with the implant and core system in the game, with implants granting you passive stats and allowing
Okay, he's
for
just
up to
talking about
4
the implant
turning
and
you
core
invisible
system.
when aiming too.
Okay.
And then you have the weapon and equipment system in the game, which allows you to
Okay.
customize your optics, barrel,
Okay.
and ammo on your gun, and what kind of shield.
The ammo on your gun. No, you can change the magazine type. You don't change the ammo. All guns have a specific ammo.
Allows you to
You cannot choose the type of ammo. That's something you can do in
customize your
Tarkov, though.
optics, barrel, and ammo on your gun, and what kind of shield and utility gadget you would
Okay. Anybody in chat who said, hold on, I have this graphic still on screen. I apologize. Anybody who said the shield is the 4th implant, he just said the shield here. So, right away. No, he intentionally said 4 implants.
take.
Dude.
Barrel and ammo on your gun, and what kind of shield and utility gadget you would take. You also
Shield and utility gadget, singular. I feel like this is like an actual AI script.
have things like ammo, power cells, and medical supplies to fill your bag and resupply, which just about sums up the customization, loot, and loadouts of the game, which was fairly extensive in Marathon. Marathon would
This is a fucking chat GPT script. What's the point he's trying to make with this? Okay, let's think about this. So the structure of the video, he's going point by point with different milestones of the game. Whenever he mentions a major contributor to the game's failure, in the bottom right it says clue. I guess maybe he was just giving a summary of the game's implant system, but like none of this has to do with the shell update in January. And by the way, the shell update from January, this was like an entire fucking stupid segment. Shouldn't have even been in the video. Why did he tack this part on at the end, which adds nothing of substance to his argument? I'm genuinely lost by the structure of this video.
loadouts of the game, which was fairly
The point is to cash in on
extent-
outrage with bare minimum effort. He should have made this video last month when the
Seven
game
ma-
had fucking actual interest in it.
Marathon.
He should have made this on the release of Season 2.
Marathon would launch globally on major platforms March 5th, 2026. Marathon would score relatively impressively amongst both
Impressively,
critics and players.
amongst both critics and players, mixed user score. I think this is because users were like people who didn't play the game were just rating it because they're in the hate mob. But that's kind of funny. Okay, bro. If you're gonna put something in, maybe he's about to say the rating was due to people fucking artificially lowering it because of the hate mob. But if you say something this is a YouTube pro tip. If you say something in the script, if you put something in the script, the visual you show should reflect that, especially if you're making a specific claim. If the visual you show specifically contradicts it, it makes you look like a fucking idiot.
According to both Steam and aggregate view website Metacritic, where it would score an 88% from fans and an 82 out of Steam and aggregate.
An 88% from fans. User score, mixed or average. So that means he either got this Metacritic score from an article that said that the Metacritic score was 88%, or he got it from ChatGPT. Does he have any sources in the description? Sources. Okay. There are no timestamps on any of these resources. So I don't know what he's specifically referencing. Rules. Wait, what the fuck? Rules? What, for the comments section? I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. We got to take a brief intermission from the video. No discrimination or hate speech. Okay, base. No affiliation links. Did not belong to Nerd Slayer. I'm pretty sure YouTube does a pretty good job of filtering links automatically, but okay. No political religious talk or debate. Okay, valid. I don't know why this is in the description. Any points you have to make must be substantiated in either explaining your opinion when stating facts when you need to back these up with... Any points you make have to be substantiated either in explaining your opinion or when stating facts, you need to back these up with reliable sources. You aren't even following your own fucking rules! All right, 2121. Hold on. Somebody type 2121 in chat. We gotta...
Just to mention in his thoughts as well, is that the game is actually caught in between being more hardcore than Tarkov and less hardcore at the same time.
Okay, how?
I'll explain.
I'll explain. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear this explanation of how it's more hardcore and not at the same time. Surely you'll be able to explain what the fuck you're talking about.
More hardcore in terms of gunplay and gameplay.
Okay, gunplay and gameplay. Those are some really big parts of a video game. Can you explain?
But more casual and nearly...
Can you substantiate that for me, please? Like, okay. Do not argue moderation decisions in public. If you have an issue, PM them. Is this like a fuck? Are these rules for your Discord or something, dog? What do you mean mods? We don't allow self-promotion giveaways or anything similar in nature from community members on this Discord without nerd/. Okay, that's fair. These are like Discord rules. I don't know why these are in your YouTube description. Wherever possible, if you initiate a discussion, try to do so in an appropriate channel for it. For example, game news could go... These are Discord rules. Why are these in your YouTube description? Spoilers have to be marked at all times. Please not mention any of the staff. Why do you have your Discord rules in your YouTube description? Death of a Game is a series dedicated to uncovering mysteries surrounding the death of a game or company. Nerd Slayer defines the term death in the context of a show either 1, literally dead, 2, had a mass exodus of players and never recovered, expectations, etc. 3, company ceased to exist. We follow a timeline of events to uncover clues concerning why a game or company doesn't do well and attempt to put it together at the end for a deduction explaining how or why the game failed based on the evidence gathered. Brother. Again, I'll say it again. I think having a slop YouTube channel, let those of us who are not guilty throw the first stone. Okay, I get it. I understand the grift. But don't fucking LARP like you're a journalist, bro. Let's keep it a buck here, dude. Listen. Guys, let me say this in plain text here, in plain English for you guys. Do not send any hate to this guy. Do not harass him. If I see anybody doing that shit for my community, you will be instantly banned. I don't care. Dude, you're not a fucking journalist. Like, this is all like slop. If you're going to source something, okay. Again, let those of us who are not guilty of running a YouTube slop channel throw the first stone. But it like something like this, if you've not played the game, maybe like link the source that you're talking to, so you know we know where you got it from. What's the other one? Like this shit. When you were talking about the shells being changed, we had to fucking like go back in the memory log or like Google to figure out what the fuck you're talking about because you didn't source it. Multiple things you claimed on screen were just blatantly wrong and disproven by a literal 2-second Google search, such as there being 3 implants and not 4. Like, there's so many errors like that. Again, if this is just a slop channel, great. 2 thumbs up. Amazing. We all love a little bit of slop. I love listening to commentary slop in the background when I'm fucking working, when I'm doing chores. Don't LARP as a journalist, bro. You're not a fucking journalist. I'm not either. I'm just a streamer reacting to bullshit. But this is not a journalistic fucking video. At least, maybe his other videos are better, but there's no journalistic value in this video. This video is fucking worthless as far as like adding to the body of human knowledge. This video is a nothing burger. Again, that's fine. I love slop, but don't pretend like you're not.
Platforms March 5th, 2026. Both Steam and aggregate view website Metacritic, where it would score an 88% from fans and an 82 out of 100 from 55 different critics respectively. These numbers are pretty good, especially considering how little content was in the actual game, where the
How little content was in the actual game? Is it going to talk about like only 2 maps at launch or something?
majority of the strength of the reviews seem to come from the game's quality gunplay and customization. Some pretty major reviewers, though, such as IGN, would rate Marathon quite high at a 9 out of 10, where in their review, they would describe the game as unapproachable, unforgiving, and off-puttingly creepy, but mean that
I don't know about creepy IGN.
mostly in a positive way, naturally bigging up the gunplay, while simultaneously talking about how there's plenty of room for improvement, like better onboarding, better UI, and more maps, which is just like, how are you giving it a 9 out of 10? And then GameSpot, who might...
I mean, that's fair. I think that... Let's keep it a buck. I just shit on this guy for pretending to be a journalist, and he's talking about big journalism outlets. Yeah, big games journalist outlets. I don't follow these at all because like a lot of it is just slop too. Like these are valid criticisms of the journalism games journalism websites. Like honestly, who gives a shit about IGN, GameSpot, whatever? It's kind of slop. It's like a lot of stuff on like IGN, GameSpot, Gamer Credit, all that it is slop.
Given it one of the most positive reviews, period, just more flowery than IGN's, I guess. 9 out of 10. The same rating they gave our graders, by the way, where they would say Marathon contained excellent gunplay, phenomenal art, and a cool customization system. Though the strange thing was how different both of these games actually were, and were performing because of this. Our graders has hope built into the fabric of the game, which has led to lobbies being divided based on the ABM matchmaking, aggression-based matchmaking, that pulled aggressive players with each other and non
ABMM matchmaking, the aggress-based matchmaking. Ha! We all know about that.
Built into the fabric of the game, which has led to lobbies being divided based on the ABM matchmaking, aggression-based matchmaking.
Okay, so either he hired somebody to write this script, or this is an AI script. This is either a ChatGPT script or he paid somebody to write the script, because he clearly, like, he is reading this, like, the way that he said that means that he's reading it.
Lobbies being...
But he doesn't even know what it is.
Divided based on the ABM matchmaking, aggression-based matchmaking, that pulled aggressive players with each other and non...
AI text-to-speech? Is it? I feel like there is a little bit of, like, a weird... Like, the past couple minutes, I feel like there's been, like, a weird background noise to his mic. I don't know if that's AI. I feel like the way he read that was just, like, he just got confused on his script, and then he just didn't bother to re-record it because it's a slop channel anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Matchmaking, aggression-based matchmaking, that pulled aggressive players with each other and non-aggressive...
I feel like this is not AI text to speech, and let me tell you why. The way he does his inflections, there's actually a fair amount of variety to the way that he inflects his voice and the sentences. He just didn't give a shit while he was reading the
fabric
script.
of the game,
He
which
just
has
didn't
led
care.
to lobbies being divided based on the ABM matchmaking, aggression-based matchmaking, that pulled aggressive players with each other and non-aggressive players with each other. So not only were players choosing to cooperate with each other, even just without that, more often than not, they were incentivized by the matchmaking for this, despite no exclusive PvE-only mode. And to be blunt, the proof was in the pudding. Marathon had peaked at 77,000 players, while Arc Raiders had peaked at just 459,000 players. I feel like these critical reviews were pretty irresponsible.
It's irresponsible to rate a game well if the SteamDB player count isn't high enough. What's the argument here? In the PowerPoint I uploaded the other day, we talked about this. What makes a good game? To some people, it's the SteamDB player count. What the fuck does this have to do with Steam reviews?
Making for this, despite no exclusive PvE-only mode. And to be blunt, the proof was in the pudding. Marathon had peaked at 77,000 players, while Arc Raiders had peaked at just 459.
Okay, I can acknowledge and respect that Arc Raiders was more commercially successful than Marathon. That's a great point. What does that have to do with the game journalist outlets rating of Marathon? Yo, Holtzy, thank you for the 4 bits.
1,000 players. I feel like these critical reviews were pretty irresponsible. It's one thing to like the game, but to rate it amongst some of the greatest games of all time just felt bewildering, all things considered.
This is a fucking terrible point. It's irresponsible to rate a game high because the SteamDB player count isn't high. So are indie games forced to be rated at like a 4 out of 10 because they never go above 1,000 players concurrent? What the fuck are you arguing right now? So hidden gems are apparently illegal now? Yeah, what is he trying to say?
Especially when it seemed like only people who played
Hey, thank you for the 1 bit.
or liked extraction shooters were rating it highly, which seemed to be a very small amount of players. Though no mention of the game's poor value battle pass system from critical reviewers, which didn't allow for you to earn back currency you would spend to roll towards the next pass, would only offer one skin, and would oftentimes give you duplicate cosmetic items, being easily the worst value battle pass in extraction shooter or BR history.
That's about... Okay. This is like his second or third valid criticism at 23 minutes in. It's his second valid criticism. We're 23 minutes in. The battle pass was dog shit. That's actually fair. Duplicates, I think he's talking about charms. I'm pretty sure in the first battle pass, you got multiple of the same charm and different rewards tiers. I think that's real.
The game would launch with 4 maps, just 4. Perimeter, the open starting and training zone map.
Just 4 maps for an extraction shooter is not bad at all. It's a fucking extraction shooter, dog. It's not like a multiplayer arcade type shooter. I think 4 maps was more than enough. I feel like as we get longer into the game's life cycle, they gotta add more. Just 4, bro. Tarkov started with 2. Tarkov, I think, could be considered maybe not an indie game at this point because the studio's grown a lot. But when Tarkov launched, it was definitely a small studio that made it. So I don't feel like saying Tarkov started with just 2 is a fair critique. But I think 4, for the scale of the maps, was not that bad. The perimeter Dire Marsh, which you could play and release, high quality maps, relatively big. Perimeter kind of sparse at times. Dire Marsh a little bit less. Outpost came out soon after. Cryo Archive, gorgeous, amazing map, lots of complex systems. Game cost $40. That too, it wasn't even like a $70 release. It wasn't even a full price game. The amount of content is not at all sparse for the release. Season 2, for the first seasonal update, I would say that I could say you could argue the content was sparse for calling it Season 2. That's fair.
Outpost, a close quarters facility-based map, and Dire Marsh that was added later, which was a swampy area. And then
oh no.
Close quarters facilities 4. Perimeter, the open starting and training zone map. Outpost, a close quarters facility.
It's an AI script. It's a fucking AI script. This is an AI. This is 100%. Like, I don't know if you hired somebody to write this for you, dog. This is an AI script. Outpost, the close quarters facility. Wait, hold on. The open starting training zone map outpost. This is an AI script. I don't think a human could have made this error. Wait, hold on. No, I'm getting confused. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
The game would launch with 4 maps, just 4. Perimeter, the open starting.
Okay, perimeter, the open starting and training zone map.
Close quarters facility-based map.
Outpost, close quarters, facility-based map. Okay, that's true.
Dire Marsh that was added later, which was
Dire Marsh. Okay, no, he just got this confused. Okay, never mind. I thought he said outpost was the starting training zone. Okay,
a swampy area, and then the 4th map,
which was a swampy area. Okay. Maybe it's not AI. Okay, I take it back. Not AI confirmed. But the quality of this writing is kind of dookie.
I will discuss very shortly. But really...
Okay. I'll take it back. My bad. Not AI confirmed. Just slop writing. He just confused Outpost and Dire Marsh. Whatever.
You had 2 maps for 2 weeks at launch, which felt crazy for a game that was in development for so long, but wasn't far off of Arc Raiders 5. Still, it's not...
Compared to Arc Raiders 5, I haven't played Arc Raiders, so I don't know the complexity or the scope of those maps in Arc. So I don't know. Maybe you can argue that Arc had more maps to play, and they were like there was
a
more to do.
4v5.
Maybe.
It's more like a 3v5, and even that was unfair. Why? Arc Raiders maps are huge. They're so big, players can largely remain undetected at times without the need for invisibility. The tight-cornered map design in Marathon felt like it was perfect.
Again, I can't give this analysis effectively because I've not played Arc. But I feel like Marathon, maybe the maps are a bit smaller. Maybe you had one less on release. There's a lot going on these maps. Visually, there's a lot. Like, look at the level of detail. In this room alone, that you've never seen a room like this in a fucking other competitive shooter. Like recently, like this big lofted ceiling room with like this much details, fucking cable here, like horizontal cable going like this big. Like there's so much going on here. This is a very complex design,
purposely designed to force the fastest paced gunfights as possible. Which
there's so much going on here. This is like very dense in the POIs.
Was only going to attract a certain kind of player, really. But yeah, to put a bow on my statements, I really think the critical reviews for Marathon were just very irresponsible and totally off base. I think the critical reviews for Marathon were just very irresponsible and totally off base.
Okay. Okay. Again, irresponsible to rate a game highly because player count low. You think it's a fair critique, Westlow? How so? Did you play Arc Raiders? I think the content argument, maybe. I don't know. As somebody who hasn't played Arc Raiders, maybe that might be valid. I'll put my hands up, say maybe. I don't know. Me personally, I never felt underwhelmed by the quality of the maps. I feel like that there's not enough maps being as far into the game as we are now. Like, if we don't get a new map for Season 3, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
Reviews for Marathon were just...
Also, I'll say it again. I brought it up a little bit ago. There's like a weird background noise in his mic. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is AI TTS, but there's like, if you guys have good headphones on right now, there's like a how do I describe it? There's like a little bit of a rattling in the background, like an electric rattling, like a little bit of electric interference.
Very irresponsible and totally off base.
And at points of silence when he's not talking, it's not there.
Cryo Archive, the de facto in-game zone, would be introduced shortly after launch.
The GOAT! The GOAT! I love Cryo.
2 weeks later, alongside Ranked for the first time. Cryo Archive is the 4th map that I was talking about, and was located on the USC C Marathon Colony.
USC C?
Cryo Archive is the 4th map that I was talking about, and was located on the USC C Marathon Colony.
Yeah, this is just a slop channel, dude. He's just reading a script, and he just doesn't give a shit.
Ship in orbit, which
again, for the 80 millionth time, you got a slop channel, shout out to you. That's fair. You're LARPing as a journalist right now.
Later figure out was abandoned due to it being
like you constant misreads, errors in the audio edit. That's fine, but you're LARPing as a journalist right now. There's no journalistic value to this video.
Attacked.
You didn't give a shit when you made this video. This is slop.
Serves as the multi-layer dungeon of the game, not just allowing for players to potentially extract or exfil, as it's called in Marathon, with powerful gear that could net as much as 50,000 credits on a single run. The catch
could net as much as 50,000 credits in a single run. A single item could net you 40,000 credits each. Like, there's like no nuance to this script. Like, I don't know truly if it is AI, but it feels like this is just like pulled from a bunch of articles, maybe, and has like no checking or thought put into it at all. This is through and through just slop.
Not just allowing for players to potentially extract or exfil, as it's called in Marathon, with powerful gear that could net as much as 50,000 credits on a single run, the catch being the 5,000 credit buy-in minimum, and the challenge presented throughout the tier dungeon. If you make it to the
tiered dungeon. This video is worthless. Just fucking delete it. Throw it in the trash. There's nothing of note here, dude.
End of the dungeon, you can fight.
This guy also can't take criticism while called out by people. Is he going to copyright strike my... I'm going to upload this reaction. Also, my reaction to this video is going to be almost 2 hours long at this rate.
A compiler, which is a...
So he's going to have no grounds to stand on saying it's fucking his copyright. I have provided so much commentary and breakdown as why this video is fucking stupid.
Alien race member who was likely being...
Like, again, I'll say for the billionth time, do not send any hate to this guy. Him running a slop channel is fine. I take issue with him LARPing like a journalist and like making this video as if he has any actual substance to stand on here.
Experimented on by the AI Durandal, who we would discover was somehow involved with the colony on Talseti 4, who if defeated, grants his exclusive weapon, rare implants, or weapon modifiers, and 8,000 worth of credits, and golden shields or backpacks. The rewards were grand, but not realistic for most players to even reach, with community reports estimating that this in-game zone was made for like maybe 0.5 to 5% of the player base, a staggeringly low number for such an important piece of in-game content clearly meant to be a large focus for the game. Bungie would follow up this major update with their mid-season update the following month, April 14th, 2026.
Okay. What does it got to say about the mid-season?
This update was interesting for me because it was a clear answer, I think, to the success of Arc Raiders, allowing players to now resurrect other runners and allowing for better group options with them for future exfils.
There's just no nuance to this video. He doesn't even elaborate that you can now res other runners with mercy kits. Also, was it the... Wait, hold on. Marathon blog. Did they add mercy kits in the mid-season update for season 1? Was that the mid-season? I feel like it was a little bit later, wasn't it? Was that actually in the mid-season 1 update? Hold on. Okay, it was mercy kits. Okay, I just had to double check. I felt like it was a bit later. But that's just because nobody uses fucking mercy kits. Which, whatever. You can say maybe they got that idea from Arc Raiders. Sure, maybe.
Because it was a clear answer, I think, to the success of Arc Raiders, allowing players...
Like, the game's design doesn't allow for that to have the mercy kits to have much of a practical use.
To now resurrect other runners, and allowing for better group options with them for future exfils. You even got increased XP for playing solo now. The game would even add a number of contracts to complete for gameplay rewards on top of reworking Perimeter, the game's beginner map, to solo play only, still focused on the same though. Look.
What? Reworking Perimeter, the maps to be focused on solo play only. Am I fucking forgetting something? What the fuck is he talking about? When did that ever happen?
Better group options with them for future exfils. You even got increased XP for playing solo now. The game would even add a number of contracts to complete.
Okay, you got increased XP for playing solos, that's real.
Gameplay rewards on top of reworking Pro now. The game would even add a number of contracts to complete for gameplay rewards on top of reworking.
Did they add contracts in the mid-season update? Hold on, I have it. I just had it on. Hold on, let me get back here. Hold on. Did they add contracts? They added beginner contracts. Yeah, it's just because like this video has no nuance to it. I don't know what he's referring to when he says shit like this. Hold on, let me pull it up. News mid-season update. Where's it at? Mid-season balance update. Contract. 5 new contracts for the perimeter. Okay, so he's saying, Oh, okay. So perimeter beginner. He's talking about perimeter beginner when he says remixed perimeter for solo play. But that's not a remix. That's just like for new players to have the option to play without opponent. Like what he's saying is like it kind of exists in a way, but he lacks the nuance and perspective to explain why it was added in response to what. It's also not a solo. Yeah, so it's not a solo, Revsune. But I think why he's saying that is because you're like the only team that spawns most of the time, or you were. So it's like solo in that aspect, but you can queue trios into it. So there's just no nuance. Like he's like saying things, but he just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Perimeter.
So if this video is not AI, whoever researched and wrote this for him didn't care. And as he's reading this, he just doesn't know that it's stupid.
Game's beginner map to solo play only, still focused on the same though. Look, the mid-season update was a good update, but it felt like Marathon was playing catch-up to their competition. Problem being, the rate of cooperative play was inherently lower in their game no matter the concessions they had just made, because the entire premise of the game and
yeah,
lore
that's true.
was about
That's accurate.
profiting for yourself or whatever
That's
faction
accurate.
you were working for. As a mercenary,
That's true.
There's no unifying goal like in Destiny, and the gameplay being hardcore as well just makes it feel even more unfriendly. While Arc Raiders was third person and allowed for more chances of a comeback or avoidance playstyle due to the higher time to kill and then bigger map. While fans of Marathon seem to be quite happy with the game as the game struggled to reach even 20,000 peak players by May.
Brother, I don't care what the SteamDB player count is. I do not care. If the game's fun, I'm going to play it. I don't play the game right now because I'm not having fun with it. I played the shit out of the game all through Season 1 and for the first month and a half of Season 2 because I had fun. I didn't care when the player count dipped below 6,000 daily peak because I enjoyed it. Who the fuck cares what the daily player count of a game is if you're enjoying playing it? Why does it even fucking matter? It matters to the company because they have bills to pay regarding the game. It matters for me in the sense that I want a healthy future for the game. But in the moment-to-moment experience of enjoying the game, I don't give a shit. So long as there's enough players to find a match, whatever. I can understand and acknowledge the fact that it's the current player counts are not healthy or sustainable. But like this argument that like Marathon enjoyers who are enjoying it are blissfully ignorant to the player count. Like, bro, like, this isn't like some epic own. Like, we know the player count is important, it matters, but like
avoidance playstyle due to the higher time to kill and then bigger map.
This argument of the SteamDB player count as like a way to rate a game is fucking stupid, and it's actively harmful to people's, like, to the wider gaming community's ability to enjoy a game.
While fans of Marathon seem to be quite happy with the game as the game struggled to reach even 20,000 peak players by...
Yeah, they're happy with the game and they enjoy it because it's fun and they had fun with it. What's your point?
May 2026, Sony would claim they were prepared to support Marathon with more content and not shut it down, while seemingly ignoring the elephant in the room, which was that the game only managed to sell 1.2 million copies compared to Arc Raiders' 16 million copies sold.
I don't give a fuck about how many copies the game sold. If I'm having fun with the game, I'm going to play it. It's literally that simple, bro.
Like, I swear a lot of dude, I haven't really engaged with like this type of YouTube commentary stuff. This guy has a little bit higher production value than like Endymion. Is that the other guy? Like channels like Smash JT or Endymion? Like this guy? This is like the slippity slop. Like people who watch shit like this or Smash JT or like this guy, they think they like games, but in reality, they just like being told what to like about games. They're unable to form a conception of what they actually like about games. They just want to like what's popular. Like there's no substance to the criticism. Oh, Marathon players are just happy that they only have 20,000 peak players. Oh, they only sold 1.2 million and Arc Raiders sold 16. I don't give a fuck. I'm playing the game because I like it. I don't give a shit. That's not a criticism. Like, just because a game sells less doesn't mean it's worse necessarily. There's fucking tons of games released on Steam every fucking day. A handful of them are good.
1.2 million copies compared to
But, like,
Arc Raiders' 16 million copies sold.
There's
or even
no fucking substantial or like generative argument to be had when you talk about SteamDB player counts, anything beyond the sustainability of a live service multiplayer game. And you're not doing that right now. You're just saying the game's bad because player count low and it didn't sell enough. If his point here was that Marathon might struggle in the future in development, which I think is possible and likely that it will. If that's the criticism, that's absolutely fair.
Destiny 1.
But saying games sell bad, therefore bad, that's stupid, and it's not additive to any sort of meaningful argument.
6 million copies sold. There wasn't much to bet on here, with the audience being smaller than some indie developer games, and with the size of a AAA company at 300 developers working on Marathon, a $250
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's 400, but good try.
million game reportedly, for 4+ years, the money wasn't going to add up, and fast. But Sony couldn't just exactly abandon the game.
See how he's talking about the money there? There you go. That's fair. To support the studio, the low sales,
$50 million
it is important.
game reportedly, for 4+ years, the money wasn't going
That's
to
fair.
add up, and fast. But Sony couldn't just exactly abandon the game when it could lead to the shuttering of Bungie altogether.
That's true.
Season 2 for Marathon would drop June 2nd, 2026, and with it, the introduction of a new zone in Dire Marsh, which would serve as a disorienting horror.
It did not add a new zone in Dire Marsh. It added a nighttime version of Dire Marsh. It's not a new zone.
Introduction of a new zone in Dire Marsh, which would
There's no new zone in Dire Marsh. It's literally the same Dire Marsh,
serve
bro.
as a disorienting, horror-inducing new map to overcome, and the new Sentinel Runner shell. But most
Oh, I think he's talking about Upper Complex. Okay, so I'm just conflating terms. So he should have said like POI. Maybe he just meant Upper Complex, but the way again, this script just lacks any bit of nuance. There's no nuance to the script. And again, like I know that a lot of shit that I'm saying is because I'm like a Marathon player. I know a lot about the game. But like I feel like there's so much he missed the mark on because like there's like whoever wrote the script just does not understand like the specifics of the game, and maybe it would add another handful of minutes to the video. By the way, that's just extra AdSense. If you extend the video another 4 minutes to explain terms in a way that actually makes fucking sense, you'd make a little bit more money.
orienting,
Like
horror-inducing new map to overcome, and the new Sentinel Runner shell. But most importantly, to accompany the new season, I think, was the introduction of the game's new cradle system, which allowed for you to upgrade and further customize your runner shell as the season would progress, allowing you to convert weapons, equipment, and other items into XP for the cradle. I think a lot of live service games have something kind of like this, but giving the game
a lot of other live service games have something like I don't track. I only mainly either play I think like League of Legends, right? I don't know if there's other live service games that have something like the cradle. I don't know.
A sort of economy system. Leveling up the cradle gives you access to the energy that you can place into 6 different upgrade trees: strength, recharge, dexterity, endurance, support, and compliance. But giving
Hold on, I just have to check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so he counted correctly this time. Got it. Okay, I just had to make sure. I didn't know. Maybe this was another implant situation. I had to double check.
Gives you access to the energy that you can place into 6.
Is he going to give another example of a live service game with this type of a skill tree? I don't know. Because according to his rules in the description, let me see. Any points you make have to be substantiated. Either in explaining your opinion or when stating facts, you need to back these up with reliable sources. Okay.
And other items
so,
to
like in other live service games,
season would progress, allowing you to convert weapons, equipment, and other items into XP for the cradle. I think a lot of live service games have something kind of like this, but giving the game a sort of economy system.
A lot of live service games have something like this. Does anybody in chat have an idea of another live service game like the cradle? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying, as somebody who has not played every single live service game like this guy obviously had, because he's the ultimate games journalist. He knows everything about video games. Can anybody in chat
Leveling up the
fucking name one? He said, I think. Then why even put it in the video if you're not sure? If you're not sure, like, why even say, this is something that a lot of other live service games have, I think. What's the point of leaving that in the script? Like a sync mechanic? Like an item sync? I'm familiar with like an item sync, but usually item syncs give like cosmetics or something. Arc Raider skill tree. So to get skill points in Arc Raiders, do you convert items to get the skill points?
cradle gives
I haven't played Arc Raiders, so I don't know.
you access to the energy that you can place into 6 different upgrade trees: strength, recharge, dexterity, endurance, support, and resistance. Think of
No, it's a bad comparison. Yeah, I don't know why he left that line in the
a
script
stat
then.
or trait system. These new changes would help jump the population up to like 40,000 players peak, though only 3,000 more players on average, which I think shows how much burnout the game was suffering from.
Only? Okay.
These new changes would help jump the population up to like 40,000 players peak, though
Okay, guys, I know. Guys, if you're a super hardcore marathon fan in the audience, you might have to avert your eyes. So jump the population up to like a 40,000 player peak.
only 3,000 more players on average, which I think
Though only 3,000 more players on average. Okay. Guys, we're going to SteamDB. Is he talking about the average for the entirety of season 1? Because even then, I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't done the math. But this is a jump of 30,000, not 3,000. Again, you can say, oh, they just fell off anyway, so it doesn't matter. But this is what I'm talking about with like this video has so many fucking errors. Where maybe he meant the average of the entirety of the first season. Maybe that's true. I haven't run the math. Why would you do the average of the entire first season when we're talking about the peak here? Because it's similar to this. You would have had a more valid point if... Yo, Boxcat, thank you for the 5.
Got a dip. Looking forward to the react. What a
Yo,
mess.
peace out, buddy. Yeah, if it would have been a better fucking argument if he just said it boosted it up 30,000 players. However, it came nowhere close to the initial release of 88,000. If he said that would have been a way better argument. But instead he says this fucking nothing sentence that adds nothing to his argument.
up to like 40,000 players peak, though only 3,000 more players on average, which I think
Like, it doesn't even... Like, this video sucks, man. It's just bad.
shows how much burnout the game was suffering from. Which, sure, is inherent to the extraction genre, which I think is problematic, but seemed to be hitting Marathon even harder. Bungie had to pull out an Uno reverse
There is burnout in the game right now. I can say from experience. That's why I'm not playing it right now.
card, though, and answer some of the echoed sentiments of their player base, which they would do with the announcement of a soon-to-launch new PvE
I also like how he didn't talk at all about like the reception of season 2 or anything. It's just like it released and here's the SteamDB player count, and now we're talking about Vault Breakers.
mode
Okay.
dubbed Vault Breaker. This mode would allow you to earn vault data utilized for upgrading your kit or gear in the PvP modes or map. This new PvE mode was experimental and set to be part of the next mid-season update. The thing is, as great as it sounds, the mode was supposed to only be temporary, set to expire in August. And well, each season came with a new wipe to all your progress, gear, weapons, and levels and contracts, you name it, which we didn't even mention yet.
Which we didn't even mention yet. Why wouldn't you? You just talked about the release of season 2. The structure, dude, who wrote this fucking script? I think, you know why I don't think this video is written by AI? Because fucking AI would be able to categorize the fucking chapters of a video better than this. Like, why I don't know. Maybe he's gonna do something with this like back and forth whiplash of the timeline. But like, if you're gonna bother to write out a video, why not fucking like do it sequentially? I don't know. Maybe he does something with the timeline. Maybe I'll take all this back. But like, what, bro?
Further contributing to the seemingly inherent burnout that the game had. This further feeds the whole feel Marathon was built for a faux hardcore audience, one that didn't really exist. Because how could casual players maintain their stashes while also losing so much? If you reset their
Has he even mentioned that you don't even take any items out of Vault Breaker yet?
weapons and levels.
I don't think he did. All he's talked about is the wipe.
And well, each season came with a new wipe to all your progress, gear, weapons, and levels and contracts, you name it, which we didn't even mention yet. Also further contributing to the seemingly inherent burnout that the game had. This further feeds the whole feel Marathon was built for a faux hardcore audience, one that didn't really exist. Because how could casual players maintain their stashes while also losing so much if you reset their progress every few months?
Why are you talking about this under the Vault Breaker chapter, you fucking idiot? You could have talked about how nothing you do like you can't keep any of the items you take out of Vault Breaker. There's something to be said about that. Dude, This video is just actual
It
garbage.
just seemed like a recipe for a game that would only attract the most elite players, which wasn't sustainable as a
Like, these are arguments that you can make. You can say wipes every 3 months are a bit too fast for a casual audience. It's too much. I think that's a valid argument. Escape from Tarkov has wipes every 6. Okay? Every 3 months is a big ask from your player base. Why is this information under the Vault Breaker section? What does this have to do with Vault Breaker? And he's not like even talking about the context of wipes at all here. This script is so jarring, like it's so scatterbrained.
multiplayer game, let alone a game that cost $250 million, and one that was starting to become the leading game in Bungie's fading portfolio. Bungie was already in deep waters. 2026 was the year that everyone else found out about it too, when they would cut nearly 300 employees, a third of their workforce, when they would admit.
So he didn't talk at all about the reception of Season 2. Also, Vault Breaker, I believe, was announced. Was Vault Breaker announced before the layoffs? I forget. Hold on. Let me pull up the... Is he going... Like, where's this timeline coming from? I'm trying to figure this out. Was Vault Breaker announced before the layoffs? Yo, Sungy Rose, thank you for the raid. What's up, buddy? It was after. I know Vault Breaker released after, but was it announced before? Let me see. Marathon key dates, 6/23. Does he say the date of the layoffs here, or should I have to Google it? There's no date in the screenshot.
Bungie would cut near fallen shelf. Had just promised.
Do you have a fucking date for me here?
When they
was announced before McKenna after. Okay, well then that's right. I just had to check the timeline here because I'm confused.
Would admit Destiny 2 had fallen short of expectations, which had led to the layoffs and them putting the entire Destiny franchise on the shelf, with no promise of new content or sequels to come. This was after Sony had just recently faced a massive $765 million impairment loss due to Bungie's performance, specifically.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the whole impairment loss thing because I don't understand it fully, but my understanding is there was a lot of discussion about, oh my god, $765 million, they lost $765 million! But apparently there's like more, like impairment loss is like something to do with like fucking how numbers are evaluated in a fucking company, something like that. It's not they lost $765 million, like there's more to it. But I bet he's going to present this as if they lost $765 million here.
Most of the Destiny team would be laid off.
Yeah, he's like, here's a big number that says loss, and then doesn't elaborate at all.
But even the marathon
impairment loss is them considering Bungie worth $765 million less than before. Yeah, and he doesn't fucking elaborate on what the number means at all. He's like, here's a big number that says loss. Moving on.
The team would be affected too. Though Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Herman Holst would state that the layoffs were necessary to align the studio's resources with its current priorities and long-term goals, but that they will remain committed to Marathon and other efforts focused on incubation efforts for future projects. And if you want to hear more about how this affected the Destiny franchise, again, just check out the Destiny 2 video. But this didn't bode well for Marathon either, with the majority.
I am willing to bet a lot of the Destiny 2 people shit on you because it probably has the same level of care that you put into this video. Let me check the comments. Like, if what people are saying in chat is correct and he just, like, fucking over-polices his comment section or whatever, I'm willing to bet it's... How long ago did he make this? 1 month ago? I bet there's going to be, like, no comments to even see here. Let's see. Almost 400 people viewing live. Did he record this live? Oh, no, it was a premiere. Okay. Are there any people criticizing his video in the top comments here? Because he said in the Marathon video that people were upset about the Destiny thing. I think he probably hit a bunch of comments here who disagree with him. Which, again, that's, fair. If people are being toxic in the comments, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But, like...
The Destiny team laid off the Destiny 2 video. But then if
like,
you want
I'm willing to bet he put the same amount of care into the Destiny video as he did in this one.
to hear more about how...
Like, I know nothing about Destiny, okay? I took a shot at Destiny in the fucking Paladins video, in the intro, because it was a joke. I don't know fucking anything about that game. I can't, I know it's a joke, but I don't present myself as a fucking journalist covering fucking games news, the death of games.
This affected the Destiny franchise. Again,
the presentation of these videos, there's such a mismatch in the actual substantial quality of these videos and how he's trying to present them.
Check out the Destiny 2 video. But this didn't bode well for Marathon either, with the majority of the Destiny team laid off. All of the company's focus now had been thrusted into the lap of an incredibly niche hardcore extraction shooter, a game that was never intended to prop the company up entirely. Worse.
So he's finally talking about this point. Earlier in the video, so he said... I'm going to paraphrase. I'm not going to go rewind it. We've already been watching this shit for 2 hours. Earlier in the video, he said the game is supposed to like support Bungie, and it's not going to be able to. But here he's able to acknowledge
Hardcore
it was
extraction
never
shooter.
intended to in the first place.
A game that
Like Marathon could have existed, like even in its current state, as rough as it is, they try to like right the ship now. Like Marathon isn't just like a doubly bad spot because of the Destiny situation.
never-
And he's only acknowledging the nuance now.
were intended to prop the company up entirely. Worse, if what they say is true about 70% of Marathon's audience coming from Destiny, they
This video is not for Marathon or Destiny players. It's for the average normies who never play the game and never will. And again, that's fine. Iconia, Angelos, that's fine. I was just saying, there's a lot of slop on YouTube. I love slop. I love listening to slop in the background or whatever. But the way he presents his channel as this like investigatory fucking highfalutin journalism, like, no, first of all, if you really were like had like a super high production value with high quality scripts, you wouldn't be posting 36-minute video in 3 days, 3 days. Like, I would not be surprised if he has a writer. With this size of a channel, he probably has a writer, maybe an editor. I don't know what the scale of his production is. But like with the rate that he's posting, this is like 2 or 3 times a week with videos, what is this, 20 to 40 minutes every time. He has either a production team or he's just like shitting out these videos with minimal care. And regardless, in either scenario, the way he presents his content, this is not journalistic at all. There's like no nuance or care to the stuff that he's presenting. Or like what is here is so minimal. It's just like invalidated by all the fucking repeated errors that he gives.
aren't going to be happy about these announcements, and the loyalty to Marathon might be even more fickle. But coming as a bit of a shock was the news of Ziegler, Marathon's game director.
I like how the transcription called him Ziggler. That's funny. Yeah, this actually
Coming as a bit of a shock.
This was a little bit of a shock. I talked about this before. I wasn't super surprised. I speculated that because of the way they're doing with the pivot with the PvE stuff, I thought it was reasonable to say that Joey
The news
was
of
going to be
Ziegler,
leaving.
Marathon's game director, departing
Joe
July
Rizzler?
18th, 2026.
Dude, Joe's the GOAT. He's so charismatic, dude. This guy
Ziegler
rocks.
was going to move on to other ideas and adventures reportedly, and this is still a developing story, sure, with many in the community thinking that Ziegler was fired, and didn't depart on his own volition, really. Ziegler was set to be replaced by his assistant game director, Delchaf III, I think is how you say that, who would lead the game now alongside creative director Julia Nardine. But did any of this matter at this point? If the idea was that Ziegler led the ship astray, the ship has already crashed, everyone. And when you put someone in charge of things who likes to do things, a certain kind of way, you can't really be surprised by the end result, which is you, Bungie, made an incredibly niche extraction shooter that nobody asked for, no matter how good
The whole idea of nobody asked for X game is such like a stupid argument as well. Like nobody asked for fucking Pong when it came out 60 years ago and people loved it. Like this idea that like gamers are this fucking childlike audience that you have to give them whatever candy that they're crying about in the aisle. Like, where? I want the Snickers bar. I want the toy. You have to give it to me. Like this shit. This has got to stop, bro. Nobody asked for, brother, either buy the product or don't. Like this is an argument as nobody asked for it is awful. No one asked for Expedition 33 and that got Gotti 25 times. Yeah! Nobody knew shit about Expedition 33 until after it came out. Like this is a non-argument. Nobody asked for it. And nobody asked for it. Notice how nobody asked for it is only an argument if it isn't commercially well received. That means that the point of the argument is totally fucking pointless because it's non-existent.
Bungie made an incredibly niche extraction shooter that nobody asked for, no matter how good the gunplay is or not. And that's not a sustainable business model or product selling point alone. In the case of Valorant,
again, fair argument. You can say that they didn't draw enough of a player count to keep the ship running, and they're trying to write it. Fine. Fair argument.
It worked because you had a company not reliant on the success of the product nearly as much, and a game model that was far more proven with Counter-Strike. Marathon was even more niche than Apex Legends, though, and other extraction shooters and BRs. And Apex, for example, is a title that has often struggled from carrying the too hardcore label. Vaultbreaker.
I can't speak much with this Apex point. I'll just give it to him. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of parallels drawn with Apex. I don't know. I'll give this to him. I don't know.
Would be introduced July 21st, 2026 for 2 weeks' time, and essentially was the Cryo Archive, but without other players, well, unless you decided to team up with other players in duo or trio modes. Choosing to do so, by the way, was optimal since the game, PvE focused or not, now, was difficult as a solo player in the game, mimicking just about all other forms of gameplay too for solo players, including, PvP, which just goes to show you can't really design an extraction shooter exclusively for one group of players, like for groups. Or for really
let me just replay this one more time
because by the way was unless you decided 2 weeks time and essentially was the Cryo Archive but without other players, well, unless you decided to team up with other players in duo or trio modes.
Yeah, that's kind of okay. Again, this is because like he lacks like the ability to like. This is another point he could have made if he wants to shit on Marathon and say why it doesn't appeal to people. There's very little solo fucking what's the best way to phrase it? They cater minimally to solo play in this game. Like you could have brought that up. You could have brought up how Bungie heavily designed this game around trios and solos was an afterthought. That's valid. That pushes a lot of people away. I like solos enough that I'll push through it, but even I can recognize the solo experience sucks a lot of the time. But he never established this as a criticism, so bringing it up here is like very jarring and confusing.
Without other
like the way he like fucking verbally diarrheas essentially Cryo Archive, but without other players, unless you duo or trio.
Team up with other players in duo or trio.
Which is the default intended way to play the game. But he never like covered this as a criticism, so he never established that point. So it sounds awful now.
Choosing to do so, by the way, was optimal since the game, PvE focused or not, now, was difficult as a solo player in the game, mimicking just about all other forms of gameplay too for solo players, including, PvP, which just goes to show you can't really design an extraction shooter exclusively for one group of players, like for groups, or for solo players. You need a mixture of the two, or at least encouragement for players to work together or avoid each other in certain circumstances. This likely means having different sorts of encounters for different types of players. This new mode...
I mean, that's kind of what they're doing right now. About avoiding other players, there's so much fundamental game design right now around drawing other people to your location. They need to re-up their approach to how they're doing every map right now. The only map where you can intentionally try to avoid encounters is Narsh. That's the only one because you can silently exfil there. Every other map, there is no way to exfil without some sort of mechanic that forces you to try to encounter other players if they're present. We already talked about this earlier with exfil beacons.
For players to work together or avoid each other in certain circumstances. This likely means having different sorts of encounters for different types of players. This new mode, though, was greatly appreciated by the remaining 14,000 players peak or so, and the much lower 5,000 players on average, but was
14,000 players peak or so. I'm sorry. So he's talking about the release of Vaultbreaker? Okay. And then 5,000 players on average. The day-over-day average, it's actually... have we even gotten to 5,000 yet? I mean, I guess, like, day total, yeah,
sure. Mostly
the
because
peaks are in the, like, mid-5,000s right now.
But this is where I'm gonna have to do my thing, and be the detective who says things people sometimes don't want to hear.
You're not a journalist.
Many fans of Bungie or Marathon, it's hard to tell sometimes, are quick to claim if they just made Marathon more PvE-centric, or added PvE content, something that people also said with New World, by the way, it would fix the game.
No, that's not true either. They're, like, Bungie has, like, so many things they can and have to do. Like, again, I can admit, Marathon, like, Bungie kind of put themselves in a tough spot with Marathon, but, like, this video doesn't really substantially cover it in any meaningful way. And I think maybe he has to add 5 minutes of runtime to the video.
Issue being,
and he could have elaborated more sufficiently.
At that point,
like, bro,
you have something similar to Destiny, and yet a highly inferior version of it. And if anything, even if they can add some...
It is valid to say that just adding PvE to Marathon won't save it. Like, Marathon needs so many things. And I don't know if they're... Like, I hope Marathon can be saved. I hope that by adding a little bit more PvE elements, I hope by removing some of the forced player engagements, I don't know what they got to do for that. Maybe make gunshots and robot explosions way quieter. Make the default for exfils be silent. There's a lot of things they can try to do to make the game more approachable. At the end of the day, is it going to be possible to save it? I don't know. I hope it is.
PvE content, it's going to feel incredibly disconnected and piecemeal by comparison to had they just, I don't know, copied like The Division instead, which had single-player content but was largely focused on the cooperative content in the game, and it had PvP in the form of the Dark Zone where you could lose your picked-up items.
The Dark Zone was also, like, very extraction shooter-esque, too, wasn't it? I don't know. The Division's, like, its own whole thing. I don't know.
It was far, far more approachable, and it wasn't even an extraction shooter, technically. I really think people would have given that game more of a chance than this game. Hell, even if you named it Destiny the Dark Times or some shit as a spin-off game. But instead, in the end, we had Bungie dedicate 300 of their developers and 4 years of time to a game that barely anyone was ever going to play, even if they liked it in the first place. And to address another elephant in the room, yeesh, I need to get these guys out of here. Extraction shooters are not exactly in the state of growth as a genre at the moment. Hell, even after their initially massive successes, Arc Raiders as of late, in July of 2026, only has 50,000 players peak, just 10% of the game's initial audience.
Dude, I hate SteamDB fucking discussion. It's so bad. Like this... Like, there's no nuance to his analysis here. It's just like... Extraction shooters are bad now because player count down. It's like, if you look at the numbers for any live service game, there's peaks and troughs around the updates. There's an update, new content is released, people come back, they play it, and it slowly trickles off. Also, only 50,000 is a crazy fucking phrase to say, as if 50,000 isn't a shitload of people playing a game at the same time. Yeah, Zilbrad, Silksong sucks because it's down 90% of players. Yeah. Wasn't one of his core arguments that adding a single player campaign would have saved it? Hold on. Last time I checked, Silksong, one of the most hyped and beloved games of all fucking time. According to his argument, Silksong, Hollow Knight Silksong, is a dog shit fucking game because it's lost, 95% of the players? Look at that, 10,000 people right now, 600,000 peak. Like, what are we fucking doing here? Showing player count and nothing, like, it's interest in Silksong is waning because player count go down, therefore bad game. Like, what are we fucking doing here? This is a non-analysis.
Delta Force, which launched back in 2025, still has 120,000 players peak or so, and 70,000 players on average, though with very mixed reviews. And it also primarily relies heavily on the Battlefield as game massive mode that's included in the game, so it's not just an extraction mode game. The point I'm trying to make here is that extraction shooters almost inherently have a high burnout rate, and unless they can effectively offer another way to enjoy
how they offer, dude, okay, high burnout, okay, I'm not familiar with this term, burnout rate. Any live service game, again, it's cyclical, peaks and troughs around updates. Yo, Clyde Disco Fan, say you're the prime. Bungie can right the ship by continuing to build on the existing aspects of the game, fixing broken shit. Like there's a lot that Bungie can do here. There's so much they can do. Like saying that they're just like in a shit situation and the game's already dead, that's not true. Is the game getting harder to save as the days go by? Yeah. Is it still possible? I also think so.
It's an extraction mode game. The point I'm trying to make here is that extraction shooters...
Silksong is so unapproachable if only had a casual PvE mode for casuals. Yeah, like, so many of these arguments are just so fucking dumb.
Inherently have a high burnout rate, and unless they can effectively offer another way to enjoy the game, they can't overcome that. I'm not convinced of them as a genre, really, and never have been despite Tarkov's success. My reasons being, a vertical slice of a BR, to me, doesn't seem like that much of a viable game design or business model, but
I'm gonna get a fucking migraine. It's okay if you don't like a type of game. That's valid. You're allowed to not like a type of game. I don't play a lot of RTS games, okay? Because I don't like to play a lot of RTS games. I don't play Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't play Anno games. I don't play fucking Tropico. I don't play Hearts of Iron. That doesn't make them bad games. A lot of people like those games. Your analysis being, this game is like something, like, I don't like this type of game, therefore it bad, and I don't understand it. This is, again, a non-analysis. If
they can't overcome that.
like why? Okay, maybe he brings this up to conclude a point
Not
here.
convinced of them as a genre, really, and never have been, despite Tarkov's success.
Okay, that's fine. You never ended up liking Tarkov? Double thumbs up. Great.
My reasons being, a vertical slice of a BR, to me, doesn't seem like that much of a viable game design or business model.
Okay, this shit is what gets me. A vertical slice of a BR doesn't seem like a viable game design. How long has Tarkov been going on now? Like a decade? As a live service game, Tarkov's been going on like a fucking decade. But it's not a viable game design. This is just like what did he say earlier? That he said something, in my opinion. Oh yeah, when he was talking about Anti-Real with the arts fucking scandal shit, where it's like, well, according to Anti-Real, they say they got credit and they were made whole, but I am suspect of that. They literally said it happened, and you're like, I don't believe it. You're a journal. You want people to think you're a journalist?
Design or business.
Again, if he just made slop videos, like again. I brought up Endymion and Smash JT as examples. I stopped looking at their shit because, like, whatever. It's just slop. They're just farming ad revenue, whatever. I feel like what this guy's doing is more harmful because he's trying to portray, like, do Smash JT and Endymion also do that to an extent? I mean, I think so, yeah, probably. But, like his presentation is even more so like he's trying to be a journalist than them.
Model, but that's just how I feel. And yes, people will point to Tarkov, which launched on Steam a year ago, and the game has been around for almost 10 years now, but Tarkov was a unique part of internet culture, built...
I'm gonna fucking lose it. Dude. I don't believe that game genre is viable, except... And the only way that I'm allowed to believe this is because that one of the main flagship games that has done it doesn't count. I can't. What?
From the community up, much like DayZ was for its time. These games have permeated the cultural zeitgeist in ways that most games
Dude.
can't even dream of, which is oftentimes
This game has proven it's viable, but the proof is I don't believe it. Yeah.
why they are ordered.
Like, could this be a good argument if he substantiated it in some way? Maybe. But his substantiation is, I don't think it's viable personally. And that's it. That's all he could say. I don't believe it's viable because it's a vertical slice of a BR. But he doesn't elaborate. He doesn't explain. He doesn't say, oh, it's because, maybe he could elaborate it further. And it's because the game inherently turns people away over time because the community Ouroboroses. The good players stick around and they end up killing all the casuals, and the casuals leave, and then the tier above them leave, and it just keeps going like that.
And the game has been around for almost 10 years now, but Tarkov was a unique part of internet culture, built from the community up, much like DayZ was for its time. These games have permeated the cultural zeitgeist in ways that most games can't even dream of, which is oftentimes why they are orders of magnitude larger than their competition in the same spaces. I'm just not convinced one long-lasting internet icon of an extraction shooter is proof of an industry existing exactly. And if you want to respond with, what about Arc Raiders? My response is simply sure, but good luck making that success sustainable, which we have still yet to see with an extraction shooter. But
we have yet to see with an extraction shooter except in Tarkov, but that doesn't count. I don't know. I mean, I guess like we can like fucking tweet this guy this snippet of the video when Arc Raiders does another big update, and then also he also said like only 50,000 players, as if that's not like a hugely sustainable player count. As if like they already recouped all their investment costs in the fucking game by his own standards. Like they sold, like Arc Raiders sold what, like 11 million copies. The dev total was like what, 50 million. They had already recouped all the costs. So all the they're not even like taking a loaner on any of the money they're putting into dev costs at this point. It's already all paid for. Like even if the sequential updates don't even take up the player count that much, they still have like fucking 50,000 daily player count.
Timeline has come to an end, detectives, and we have gathered more than enough clues to crack this case, even as the body is not
You're not a detective,
Get cold.
dog.
I simply don't think Marathon will make a large enough comeback with its player base or make enough changes to warrant a newer or bigger audience, especially
That's
not enough
fair.
to keep Bungie alive on its own. But in
You
case
can
you
think
missed any
that.
of the clues along the way,
Yeah,
why did
sure. I feel like that's a reasonable conclusion. Saying I don't think the Bungie is going to be able to make the changes necessary to get people in the door and keep the game going. Great. There are so many better arguments you could have used, and you could have handled this video with way more care. At the end of the day, with the conclusion being the same, does it even fucking matter? I don't know. Maybe it would matter less if you didn't LARP like you're a fucking police detective. Let me tell you what, if my local police detective had the same standard for gathering evidence as you, fucking innocent people would be swept up off the streets every day. But you know what? I rate this video a 3 out of 10. Again, I'll say it again. Don't send any hate to this guy, but this video fucking sucks. I cannot believe that took us 2.5 hours to react to that. Jesus Christ. And guess what? We have another one.
I like it.
Let's take 5. Let's take 5 real quick. How are we feeling?
For the first time in a long time, I feel like...
What is this? I thought this was... What is... Why is this playing the fucking first time in a long time me? Check the top comments on there. Zilbred, I already know you're not. Okay. Let's take 5 here. What's up, Kiri? We're going to take 5 here. Take a little intermission. How are we feeling? I'm literally in that video's top comments. Zilbrad, I'm going to go back to the video right now, and if you're not there, I'm timing you out for an hour. I will time you out for an hour. Let's see. Don't bait me, the new video. Oh, the new video. Okay, hold on. Okay, you know what? He's right. There he is. Also, he didn't get hearted by the guy, but he got a reply. W rage bait. W rage bait from Zilbrad. Holy shit. W fucking rage bait from Zilbrad. Holy shit, man. Shout out. Okay. I was never ride or died for Marathon until all the hate. Again, I'm not ride or die for Marathon. I wouldn't say. Like, I like Marathon as a franchise. I'm not ride or die for any video game franchise or company or whatever. I like Marathon because it's a cool game, great concept, and there's so many cool things they can do with it. And I'd love to keep playing it if they can fix the current issues with the game, add some more stuff. It's great. Great. But I'm not going to, like, put my shit on the line. I'm so fucking right, you'll see. Why are you timing out Zilbrad, Vandal? What did his comment say? I literally just showed it on screen, dog. I like Marathon because it shows how many fucking shit content is spewed nowadays. That's a fair argument. Embark ruined the finals when they stopped trying to stop hackers cheaters. Is the cheating situation bad? Oh my god, Silk Song, can you remove this as a dead game? Okay. Chat. As an 8,000 hour EFT bet, I was shitting on Marathon when it was shown, even though all my friends wanted me to play it. Said no until the Service Slam, now 600 plus hours. I think I can understand why a lot of people are standoffish initially. And a lot of the people who already liked extraction shooters stick with Marathon. I said this a bunch of times. The people who big time shit on Marathon either haven't tried it or just don't like extraction shooters. That's like the biggest category of people. Like the Death of a Game guy, he literally says in the outro, I don't think extraction shooters are a viable genre because I don't understand them. So, and that's not to say that like people are wrong to disagree. Like, again, I don't like a lot of RTS games. But I'm not like shouting from the rooftops as if they're bad or whatever. React to this video? What is this? We're doing an intermission. We're about to react to the I Tried Marathon video. What is this video? Chinese Bluetooth lady. We're not Agent. No, that's not a reaction video. Why not? It's good content. Bro, it's a meme sound effect. Feel like Marathon is a perfect petri dish for trying new shit out? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the perfect one. Like, Bungie has so much on their shoulders right now with Destiny getting shut down. I feel like if Destiny could have been allowed to keep going, if Destiny wasn't mismanaged, sure, yeah, they could have tried out a bunch of new shit, but now they have to hard cater to try and get more people in the door. Build more people. Hey, Glorp, should I keep playing Marathon? I've been trying. My 2 friends quit. Feel like everything's gotten so sweaty. Any tips? I'm not the right person to ask because I haven't played the game in like a week and a half. 2 weeks even. What I would say, what I love to do, solo queue, free kit. Solo queue, free kit. And that'll help you get better at the game. You risk nothing, so there's nothing on the line. No stress, low court. That's what I'd say. Like, do I recommend the game to people who haven't been burnt out of it? Of course. Suavatron, if you have less than 100 hours in Marathon, I recommend you to keep going. It's fun. If you're at the spot where I'm at, where you're like 700 hours and you're not enjoying it, take a break. That's what I'm doing. I'm just going to wait until Season 3. I'm just waiting until Season 3 at this point. Like, I've... Like, as we covered in the last video, I'm not on the hate train. My Marathon Sucks video was... The purpose of that video was to elaborate on all the current issues with the game and why I'm not enjoying it and why I'm going to stop playing it for 2 months. Check my email. Oh, shit. Let me see. Yeah, I don't check my email often enough. Thank you, Kieran. Hold up. Let me see. Email. Oh no, dude. Oh no. You're not... Hold on. I'll DM it. I'll DM you. Hold up. Let me check something. Okay. Stop vague posting? No, we'll okay. Okay. So we'll handle this some other time. Great. Just so we don't like spend like 5-10 minutes on this. Okay. All right. Yeah. I need to... Yeah, Kiri, I don't mean to be like curt with you or whatever. I just don't want this to like become like a 10-minute segment on stream. Don't worry. It's not like a huge issue. Don't worry about it. It's not a huge deal. Okay. All right. If we'll work it out, Kiri. Don't stress it. Like I'm not even stressing it. Don't even worry about it. We'll figure it out. Don't even worry about it. Don't stress this. We're good. Okay. Gunning the Vague Post Award. Agent, I should gun you down on perimeter. Like you deserve. Okay. Chat. I gotta use the bathroom and get some tea. Well, I'm gone. I want you to discuss in the chat. A lot of people in chat have already watched this video. I want you to talk about why this video is so bad, and I'll go through chat and we'll figure out what's going on. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta get tea. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'll be right back. Maybe. All right. Let's see. What are we thinking? He's just so purposefully quirk chungus and ignorant. Takes any opportunity to shit on the game. Came in with preconceived notions and just decided to farm hate. We'll see. I did check. People in chat were saying that he was streaming the game the other day, and I checked his Twitch. Hold on. And he's been playing it. Let's see. What's his fucking Twitch again? Let me show it.
All right, we're live.
They played a couple on stream. Boom. Have do it. Videos. 19 hours ago, marathon, but I read everything. Everything. What else we got? A marathon of marathon. And that's it. He's just played it the past couple days. We're going to check this out. This was uploaded 23 hours ago. All right. So from Kev Do It, we got I Tried Marathon. So you don't have to. Let's check it out.
Here we are, 5 months post-launch. Not a fiber of my being wanting to be, but
I'm going to keep it a buck. I hate the editing already, but let me hear him out.
somebody's got to do it. Seriously, it's the one game I couldn't force people to play, which is remarkable, all things considered. Honestly, this game infuriates me. The sheer amount of potential this had. A company making FPS games for 30 years. A decade of solid extraction games to just steal ideas from. And a franchise with multiple games, an established universe, an aesthetic that would have hit so hard 30 years later. That gorgeous retro
So right away, we're 30 seconds in, and he said nothing of substance. So, like, I'd love to pause and elaborate, but he's literally said nothing.
futuristic setting of predicting advanced tech during the 90s. Beautiful. In fact, I went back and played all the original Marathon games just to understand better where this one went wrong, and if the fans of the original that claim they
Okay, so now he's actually saying something interesting. So, again, original game series came out 30 years ago. So I would say it's pretty reasonable to say they're probably going to do a couple things different.
were wronged are justified, and they are, so unbelievably. I had more fun.
Okay. So his thesis so far, his argument, his biggest argument here, beyond just like they fell short in stealing ideas from other extraction shooters, is that compared to the original, they could have done a lot of cool shit with the aesthetic that they missed the mark on, and the original fans are correct to be upset. But the largest vocal audience of the people who don't like the game are not original fans. And we already talked about this because the original game out 30 years ago, and everybody who really was a big fan of the original game is fucking 40 or 50 years old, and they have a wife and kids.
They were wrong.
They're not the primary demo.
Are justified, and they are so unbelievably. I had more fun, felt more engaged, enjoyed the aesthetic way more, and it looked like this. Like Doom, but I could look vertically and run. There's a reason why fans of the originals can barely stomach what it's turned into. And what's worse above everything else, the new Marathon didn't even use this menu music. Marathon took 6.
I just think I'm not the audience for this video, dude. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm the like. I'll watch a little bit more, but I don't think I'm the audience for this. Like I think this video is made for people a little bit more unk than me, dog. I don't think this video is for me.
Years and upwards of $300 million to develop. Heaps of layoffs, Destiny dev transfers, playtest ignored feedback, and while critics have heavily praised it, the average user tends to waffle on where they stand. From it's terrible to, well, if you play for long enough, it gets okay. And then for some reason, bad again if you put in too many hours. Sony had also just paid that handsome $3.6 billion to acquire Bungie in 2022, so selling around 1.5 million copies of this with that kind of.
Okay, so right away we already got two of the same arguments from the last video. We got journalists said game good, but audience, some of them don't like them, and then fucking video game sale not good.
Tends to waffle on where they stand. From it's terrible.
Like he doesn't allow. Like I think of everything he said so far.
If you play for long enough, it gets okay. And then for
like this very brief overview is like the most substantial thing he said so far.
Some reason bad again if you put in too many hours. Sony had also just paid that handsome
You have to wait until he brute forces difficult content without even taking the time to even understand the basics of the game. Does it get that bad? No, dude. I'm sorry. Forgive me for preempting this. In this video, is this like the equivalent of loading up Elden Ring, going straight to the first boss on the fucking wall, like the first boss that you run into on that wall that you're not supposed to do until mid-game, and then he like brute forces it, and he's like, this game sucks? Is that what's going on here?
$6 billion to acquire Bungie in 2022, so selling around 1.5 million copies of this with that kind of player count?
That's rough, buddy.
And while PC makes up the majority of copies, and with Steam only seeing numbers of 6,000 on a good day, maybe 15,000 with the bigger updates, even Fallout 76 is outperforming it, and that came out in 2018.
Fallout 76 is a free-to-play mobile game.
It's sad to think about what else this could have been.
Oh, wait, no, 76? I'm thinking about the Fallout Shelter. 76 isn't 76 free now, too? I don't know why people play Fallout 76 personally. I thought that game was still ass. Whatever.
And that came out in 2018. It's sad to think about what else this could have been. To basically kill off Destiny and make it go out of a currently popular genre, but barely stick to the source material. The gunplay and concept is all there, but the fun? Well, I went back and tried the ever-falling Marathon, so you don't have to.
He just streamed Marathon, did a better easing himself into the help with the help of experienced player. He likes the game. Yeah, no, we just looked at his Twitch. He did stream it a couple times. What are we doing here, bro? What is this?
How many players are in it right now? 3,900. Okay.
Oh, Sony, you poor sons of guns paying how much you did for Bungie just for them to kill Destiny and make this. Oh,
yeah, I'm seeing I'm already seeing what people are saying in chat. This is very quirky, epic Chungus just taking pot shots at the game based on what the wider gaming audience has said.
And Sony can't catch a break with the Concords, huh? We're back! Do I want to be? We'll find out. Oh man, it's been 5 months and I already have to reread the user agreements. Okay. Select a cybernetic shell that fits your playstyle. I know how to play the game. It's weird that I'm coming back and it's like...
Okay, can we get to the game? Like, this is...
hoping for the sticker gameplay. Those are awful. Those are miniature flotation devices. Okay,
yeah, this video is just... Again, this video is not made for me, but I can see why everyone's upset, because he's like, you have to see everything. Bro, this is like painful to watch. Like, he's just like forcing unfunny, like engaging with the menus. Again, this is not like my type of content to begin with. He's not really like substantially making any jokes. This video's rage bait. It fucking feels like it. Hold on, we'll watch a little bit more.
Messages. All of your faction progress, including rank.
You're just
and upgrades
reading
have
the
been
user
respect- Wait,
interface,
is this-
dog, and going like, huh, I already did that 2 months ago. I don't need to do that again.
It's like there must be like a season to this thing, eh?
Like, he edited this video. Bro edited this video.
Sure, I'll put purchase.
Listen, if you're like shitting out a stream clip video and you're just like trying to farm just like talking to keep the audience engaged, that's fine. You edited this video down and it's just you talking at the menu.
I mean, what else am I supposed to do here? Okay, there was a new shell that I think I went to the wrong menu. So now
Like
creator and going
again,
like
I don't watch this guy. I'm not in his audience. This is not like my demo of content. Like I want to aim at where I'm shitting on people. I shed on the last guy because I feel like it was I had pretty valid reasons to. I feel like the video that he uploaded was like very stupid and kind of harmful to the wider discourse. Like this video is just kind of not made for me so far. Like I'm just not in the demo for it.
There we go. There we go. Now I've created the frickin' staple gun. Now this is the gameplay I was hoping for. The sticker gameplay. Those are awful. Those are miniature.
Like okay.
I won't. I will
He's jumping straight into Vault Breaker? Oh, no.
kill everyone. Where the frick am I? I'm in a giant ship. I just have to remember how this all works. So the smart heal.
Yeah, I think that this is actually something. I don't know if Bungie considered this when they made Vault Breaker. Well, like, was Vault Breaker, when they were designing it, did they think a lot about somebody who's, like, doesn't have many hours in this game, just jumping straight in?
Patch kit. Energy amp. That's for shields. Oh, shoot. Should I assassinate? Okay, you can't assassinate. You cannot assassinate. Got it. Oh, I am gonna die so fast. You were right. You were right. I was wrong. I was so wrong.
Yeah, it's just like, it's quirky, epic Chungus. Like,
Who in this big mad world?
I mean, like, there's not much to say here.
If you kill me, dude, I swear I'm gonna be really upset at you.
I don't know. I don't. Is there even that much? I don't think there's that much
I
here.
think I killed a scary man down there.
There's not much to analyze. It's just him like struggling to play the game and being quirky, epic chunkies. Again, let him have fun. Yeah, like he's trying to hate farm the game, whatever. He's not like. I mean, I guess like with the packaging of the game and like maybe this prevents some people from trying the game, but I don't know. I feel like there's not much to be analyzed here. Like as much as you can say, you could just say like he's not giving the game a fair shake because he came into it with preconceived notions and he's just like farming whatever funny hate voice lines for his audience. It's like, okay, it's not great, but there's not a whole lot to be analyzed here. Like the last video, there was a lot to break down in the last video and talk about. I mean, there's not really a whole lot here. However, I think it's very informative to actually look into how all these negative journalists play the game. It's extremely important. The other guy was LARPing as a journalist. This guy pretends this guy just plays video games. Does he even LARP as a journalist? I mean, he kind of like he does a little bit of like the hate farming SteamDB player count, negative review. I mean, it's not like review type content though. It's just like I play video game and riff on it. I don't know.
In 60 seconds.
What does that mean? How do we not have that happen to me? I'm doing Mission Impossible level. Oh my gosh, I am going to die.
Well, I've been reacting to content of them not even playing the game.
I am
This is
dead.
different for once.
I have done an oopsie. There's a big oopsie daisy moment.
Again, he's just kind of like farming. Like there's nothing really substantial. He plays one game on Perimeter. It looks like. Let's look at this.
Like, no way I'm in. Well, the graphics are about as good as the original. Marathon, you did one thing really well. The door flaps.
Like, I understand why people in the audience are like in chat or like upset with it, but it's just like there's not a whole lot here. I think maybe what Zilbrad said. I think I've realized that the average skill of gamers has dropped over the last few years. I think that's a good analysis. Like, there's just. I don't know. There's not much to discuss here.
This is quite.
He's just like throwing zingers out. He's like being quirky chungus. And again, like, there's nothing wrong with being quirky chungus, right? But there's not a whole I can analyze or refute. I don't want to be like put on the nerd glasses like, actually, the graphics are actually substantially better than the original. I mean, he's just making a fucking joke. Duty subsidies people. Again, guys, don't disrespect this guy or his type of content. That's not the point of me looking at this. I think this video is way not as bad as this video. I feel like this video, it does perpetuate like harmful analysis because this guy is trying to pretend like he's actually analyzing the material reasons of why Marathon failed and doing a very bad job of it. This guy's just like being quirky chungus and like is whatever. Fine, let him make his bag. This is whatever. I don't really give a shit.
Have so much fun again. So this is the lobby immediately.
Let him run his shit. It's like whatever. I don't really care. Makes one episode Let's Plays for different games. Good for him. That sounds like a fun gig. He painted the game that I like in not a great way, but I think that largely I don't really give that much of a shit. I mean, there's not a whole lot here.
Sucks by yourself. Is that a bad guy? I think that's a bad guy there. Like, I'm a lost pup.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think good for this guy. I don't think we need to review this chat. Chat! That was fun. That was fun. We did a little bit of a return to form. However, one sec. One moment, chat. That was a fun little return to form. But the rules are now coming back into place. There will be no more discussion of the Forbidden Game. We are moving on to the next segment. Yeah, no. Thank you guys for recommending those videos. Astra and I forget who else it was earlier. Thank you guys for recommending that. That was a fun little React segment. I'll be uploading that later, for sure. But we're gonna check out a little different thing here. Is an option to select? Guess not. All right. Here we go, chat. All right, that's enough of the bit. Shout out Astra, and I forget who else at the beginning of the stream who recommended that. Thank you guys so much. Good reacts there. Good reacts, especially because I didn't come in prepared today. Because I had just finished it. Let me actually check on the status of the video that I was uploading. How's the uploading? This check's starting 99% processed. Uh-oh. I hope it's not fucking broken. I was trying to upload another video yesterday and it like bugged out. I think maybe the AV1 codec might be broken on YouTube. Let me see. Yeah, I'll see if it starts processing by the end of stream. If it doesn't, I'll have to re-upload it. But we're gonna be checking out some League Classic. Boop. We're going to see what's going on with League Classic, chat. I started playing League in Season 8. I played a couple of games of League Classic last night. Why is it not starting the game? I hate the Riot fucking launcher. This sucks. I started in Season 8. And that was far from League Classic. I was looking at the... Are we back now? Are we good? Dude, this happened the past couple days! With fucking Broken Reality 6000. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let me see here. Hopefully, when I actually get into a game, it doesn't crash my shit again. What's going on? Again! I'm gonna fucking lose it. I think we're back now. Let me see if we're live on YouTube. I don't know why my shit keeps crashing. Let me clean up unused sources in my OBS. Maybe there's just like too much shit going on. Okay. Maybe that could help it. Okay. Let me see. Are we live on YouTube? Crash here. There's like 8 fucking fake streams I gotta delete now. Okay, I think we're live. Are we back? On YouTube, are we good? Let me see. Yeah, we're good on YouTube. Jesus Christ. There we go. Okay. My goodness. All right. It better not crash again, dog. I'm going to lose my shit. Hold on. I'm going to fucking lose it, dude. I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Why the fuck does my OBS keep crashing right now? What is going on, dude? Okay. I think we're okay now. We're gonna try some League. Okay. All right. If I touch my OBS, it's gonna crash, but I have to resize this. Hold on. Ah! My God, bro. Get it? Because it's the item from League of Legends. Yeah, no. What is going on? Let's just try to find a game. All right. So far, of the 3 or so games that I have played of Classic League, every time it's put me in jungle, which is great. Let me show you guys my queue preference stack. Every single time it's put me in jungle. The first 3 games, first 2-3 games I queued, was jungle second, mid first. My last 1 or 2 games was this stack. And the only 2 things I've ever been assigned were jungle and support. So, I think not a whole lot of people are queuing jungle right now. Let's see. Okay. Are Twitch drops or something on? I think they should be on, yeah. They should be on by default, so long as you're in the category, which we are now. Let me... Deep breaths. Let me get the music back. Oh, might not even need it. Here we go. Twitch drop something you can opt into, or do you just have to be selected for them? It depends. So far, every time I've gotten Twitch drops, it's just been automatic. If you just stream in the category, it's just been automatic. Okay. I got assigned support again. Here we go. All right. I don't, like, again, I started playing in Season 8. I don't know. I think I'll do Fiddle. I'll try Fiddle. I haven't played old Fiddle. I've only played Uranus and Singed. Classic Singed feels pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Let me see. Let's take Flash and, I don't know. Let's go Clarity. I think that'll be strong for support. You motherfuckers. I wanted to play Fiddle! I should have hovered. God damn it. Can play TF, probably, right? Yeah, let's play tweet. Let's play TF. Lady Luck is smiling. Okay. Why are you able to get modern skins? What the hell? Okay. What do we got? Passive gets additional 2 gold per kill. So this is basically useless for me because I'm not going to be CSing. That's the same as normal. Throws 3 cards. Picks a card from deck unless they change one. Should be the same. E-Gate. After channeling, Twisted Fate teleports to any target location. Okay. R Destiny. Twisted Fate predicts the fortune of his foes, revealing and slowing all enemy champions. Gate's channel time is also reduced. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. All right. Wow. We're queuing up here. Let me actually download the VOD. So I'm ready to get cutting at that. As soon as I off here. YTDLP type shit. YouTube. DLP. Oh, here we go. Lock in. Lock in chat. AMD. YT. Well. An apple. Are you fucking kidding me? This is getting fucking insane. I can't do it. This is fucking ridiculous, bro. I want Philosopher's Stone, right? I think. Okay. All right. Lock in. Yeah, no. Next time we crash, that's it. I'm like, I don't know why my shit keeps crashing. I don't know what's going on. All right, we got Kog'Maw, Cat, Pantheon, Teemo. Always on the run. Pantheon's doing it. Oh, invade. Why are you allowed to play as a new skin? You should be forced to use the old shitty Warwick. Oh. Yikes. Okay.
It's all in the
Bro, what the hell? Why do I have big feet? What the hell's going on with my feet right now, bro? I know the joke was like Mord used to have pizza feet. I look like I'm wearing rubber boots. Bro's just AFK. I guess I'm laning by myself here. Let's see. So we got a Twitch Lulu lane. Let me help him push a little bit because these guys are shoving. Oops, stole a minion. Ooh, hit them both with the card. Gotta back up. If I just stick around for level 2, I can teleport back. I'm casually trying to steal minions. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, I didn't get the level. Fucking out. Give me the level. Come on. Wait for Aurora now. There we go. Okay. He is my... Okay. I'll TP back. Can't buy anything here, I don't think. Fucking... I don't know what the different wards do. Okay. We're back.
An ally has been slain.
Did my clarity not give him mana? I thought I was supposed to give him mana. Did I just waste my clarity? Yeah, let me try to stop their backs here. Fuck. Is the... back timer is 8 seconds. Okay, I was just too slow. Weird. Yeah, the cooldown's pretty long. It's almost 2 minutes. Let me look at items because Cog's probably gonna back here.
My lucky day.
Okay, he's not backing. I don't know. Not sure about that. Restores 50 mana. Okay, so I get a net mana benefit if I use my blue card still. Just want to make sure. Oh, are you fucking for real? Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead here. I'm just going to do damage. Amazing. I should have warded. I'm not warding. Well. This is going great. I got my teleport. Can I wait for shoes? I think I might wait for shoes here. Because I can just TP. I just got to put wards down. Alright. Full game. Good new game, bad.
An enemy has
I
been
mean,
slain.
I don't know. I just want to experiment with League Classic to see if there's like some kind of thing or build that I can figure out that I enjoy doing. Wow, Twitch is hitting. Oh, I'm dead here. Jesus Christ. He has a long sword and a deep blade! What? Forgive me for not knowing League Classic, but brother.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain.
Always on the run.
Guess we're walking. All right. Just sipping my tea.
It's all in the cards.
So this game's going pretty bad right now. Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm so bad. Holy shit, man.
I never bluff.
Oh, dude, I'm actually so shit at this game. Okay.
Doing it.
All right, let's get some deep vision here. Cog, just play back, buddy. Play back. I gotta get some words out. What's our mid laner? Just back. Stop rise here. Let's see here. I think I just go back to lane here. I think if Nasus pushes out... Wait, hold on. I should have pinged Teemo that I was coming. I should have teleported into the fucking bush, dog. They don't know if I teleport into bushes, right?
Looking good.
Are there any League Classic players here?
Shut down.
I don't know if you can see TF's teleport thing if he goes into a bush. I probably should have gone into the bush there. Okay. Got him. He's dead here. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Let's go. Let's get two. I have boots. He doesn't. We win this. Let's go. We do dragon. We do dragon here. Panther got no mana. I could have cleared it.
An ally has been slain.
We'll just be. I'll have TP. We got the stone! I'm still in just chatting. Fuck! It's because I had to restart the stream again. For like the 7th time.
Deal 'em.
Okay. Take one word with us. Category. Hopefully I don't crash by tabbing out here. Boom. All right, thank you. Thank you for the heads up, Wolvie. Head out.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck. Hit literally nothing. I can look to Rome. I got my E, which is going to play up here. Holy damage. Oh my god.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck! No, it's over. Chat, you think I win this? Do you guys think I can turn this? Probably not, right?
An enemy has been slain.
Nah. Looks like when I started playing League, yeah. Try to die to camps like I did in old school. Wait, was that a strat? Did you not int the turret? Carbon fiber. I'm aware of the extra YouTube streams. It's automatic. I'll get them out. I'll delete them once the stream's over. Honestly, it's probably going to be the only League game we play because this has been such a fucking disaster. Let's grab Elisa's Miracle here. Kill credit timers were way shorter back then. Had to end whatever there was. It's a time since last damage and kill credit was pretty short. I'll try that next time. Fuck, I missed. Yo, why is Cog playing so far up, dog?
Looking good.
Rampage.
They're trying to bait right now. I don't know how I didn't hit Lulu in the bush there. I hit this.
An ally
Ooh.
has been slain.
It's got them both.
It's my lucky day. Feeling blue.
Oh shit, here we go. Nice. I got my ult. I don't know how useful my ult is. Yeah, we're doing drag, I guess. Or not. Or yes.
Clear as day. Pick a card.
Dude, the dragon looks so chopped. Lulu's shields are fucking gigantic, bro. What? I'm already dead? Holy shit, Rise is 70. Oh, dude, we're so dead. He's 7-2.
Triple kill.
Yeah, no, it's over. It's over. We gotta FF, dude. There's no way. It's already fucking wraps, dude.
Has destroyed a turret.
I don't know what to build. There's no recommended builds. Probably don't want Ohm Wrecker. Shit, dude. What kind of AP support options do we have?
I reckon.
I wanted a blue card. I did not remember support TF being big. I just picked some shit, bro. I fucking queued. I think support was like my third option. And I got support, bro. I did not want to play support. What? He fucking out-healed it. Oh my god. Bro, I'm worth 92 gold. I'm literally a fucking cannon minion. I'm actually inting right now. Goodness. Probably don't want Banner of Command. Is COG going AP? He is. I think this probably worked. Will of the Ancients. Pokemons a hyper carry, but Rise is probably gonna end the game before he falls off. Yeah, 8-2-2. Warwick is 6-3.
Is dominating.
We're losing lane. I mean, Teemo's doing well. I don't know how good Teemo's gonna be able to carry here. Goodness. Dios mío. Drop a word up here. Okay, we got a shutdown on Rise, which is good. Pantheon got it. Oh, that's cool. I'm just dead. Awesome. That's great. That's actually awesome. FF? Oh, you're right. They voted no. Instantly. Oh! Pantheon. AD Kog'Maw, super hyper carry. Teemo, if you go late enough, will do the work. Also builds AP, so your whole team is AP. Not Pantheon, probably. Yeah, Pantheon's AD.
Killing spree.
Lock in. Oh! Jukes, 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 jukes.
Has destroyed a turret.
Show everyone on the map. Oh fuck! I want a yellow card. No, 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 no! What? Rise is an ability that bounces? I stopped his back. I just trolled the shit out of him. He called me a noob. KS me, then do that, and he's just inting. How the fuck am I supposed to know that Rise ability bounces fucking back and forth between champions? I don't fucking... Bro.
Charmed, I'm sure.
What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do here?
An enemy has been slain.
Supposed to have played the game 15 years ago like an unk? I should start making fun of everyone who gets mad at me for being old.
Looking good.
Uninstall? I'm considering it. Okay, there's nobody in the bush.
I'm one of a
I can ult here for vision. I can E up there. Nope. Never mind. Fight's already over. I guess we're just opening mid. Can me and Cat do this?
Has been destroyed.
Probably not. Yeah, no, he's already gone.
It's my lucky day.
You know, Jinxie's been playing League recently. I wonder if he's going to play Classic League at all. He's probably going to try it once or twice and fucking crash out. People calling out Marathon failing for being too frustrating. Meanwhile, the few successful MMOs are massive. Yeah. Fucking Dota and League of Legends, both one of the most frustrating games of all time. Okay, Warwick over here. Lulu's right here. I don't have Sweeper.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They have Global Vision and Global Slow. We win this. Why are we not killing Lulu, guys? What are we doing here? Nice. I don't have Flash. Oh, big. Big. Huge. Okay, we actually win now. That's GG. That's GG. We won. We end. We end here, surely. Probably not. Team is full of late game carries. I thought Pantheon was like an early champ. I thought Pantheon's supposed to be the early game guy. Yeah, there's lots of CC. All right, we got Will of the Ancients. That should help out everyone on the team. Was it to give everyone 30 AP and 20 spell vamp to everyone? What's the range? Dude, that's such a huge area. Holy shit. Look at that.
It's all in the fire.
Do I get the spell vamp? Oh, I do! I get spell vamp!
Doing it.
I don't, I'm just following Kog'Maw right now, dude. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Just the luck of the draw.
Try to get a deep ward here. Surely I'm not going to get a fucking pick doing this. Yeah, no. Wait, who's 1, 8, and 8? That's me. This is me, of course. I'm fucking feeding. Okay, we have vision of everyone. It's time to go in. Oh, holy shit, Katarina's shredding. Oh, we win. Wait. I got this. I got this. Kobe. Fuck you! No! I'm dead. Never mind. Oh! Easy. So fucking easy. So easy. Why didn't people play Twisted Fate support? It seems like a good pick. Oh shit. He's got CC. He's got global mobility. He's got a fucking full team vision ult that slows. Why would people not play Twisted Fate support? He seems like a good pick.
One of a kind.
Hard to pull off. It's pretty easy to me. Let's do, fuck, what do we build next? Innervating Locket, maybe. It's too late to build Rod. I think we go Innervating Locket, probably. So I can just spam spells.
An ally has been slain.
Should I go in on this? Fuck it. I didn't think I didn't think Lulu was gonna be right fucking there. Oops. I didn't think Lulu was gonna be right there, dog.
Deal.
Okay. Let's see.
I reckon.
Gets a double against the 8-kill lead team. Decides to go deep in the jungle alone. I could have killed Twitch! Or are you talking about Cat? Yeah, I don't know. He's 5 and 9 and he crashed out on me for KSing him. Even though I only have 1 kill. Oh, Twitch is dead here. Robo slow. Robo slow. Slow, everyone. We win! Easy. Good old Pantheon. Did literally nothing. Give everyone some mana. Boom. Look at that Q. Big Q. And you get like no time to use your card. I feel like you get double the time to use your card in current league.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Look at that shit. The timer goes down so fast. Yes, dragon time here. Oh, let me actually use my pots. I've yet to use these pots. Bought these pots about 20 minutes ago. Haven't even used them. Okay. I'm gonna keep it real. I think I'm good enough. We should rope Chloe in, and we should start a pro league team. We could do it. I'm teleporting to the wrong fucking area. I'm actually dead now. Also, my stun card ran out before I could use it because I thought I would have. Oh no. Oops. All right. So now I know that I should only start choosing a card after I start channeling. Throws like Tim Tebow. Bro, I thought I was going to have my stun card when I got there. And also I chose the wrong teleport location. If I teleported here, we might have actually won the Rise fight. I don't know why I decided to TP on top of Nasus. That was fucking stupid. Okay.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Charmed. Yeah.
Watch your step.
Ba 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 ba. Oh wait, I should probably upgrade my boots. Fuck! I stepped out of fountain. I probably want lucidity boots here, I think. Here we go. Look at that beautiful, gorgeous Baron. It's a little worm guy. I never fought against this Baron. I fought against the second Baron. I think the Baron in current League of Legends is the third Baron we've had. They redesigned him at some point. I never fought against the worm. Yeah, we have vision of all the goobers on the map. Easy. So I get the gold credit whenever someone on my team kills someone I ult, right? Oh, I'm fucking throwing. Why did I go in on this? Oh, I'm baiting! I'm baiting! I'm actually a genius! I won us the game! I won us the game! Yo, what's up, Frost? I single-handedly won us that game. All me. All me. Katarina flamed me. But you know what? I turned it around for us. Emo's 8-0. Oh my god. If only I could play top or mid. If only.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I think the only way to get roles you want is to get your fucking whatever Aegis Valor thing so you don't get auto-filled and you just get a roll that you want. And then just queue normal. Because this is like the 6th game I've played, and every single time I've got my 3rd selected roller or higher. It's always been jungle with support. Oh, can we end? I mean, in 40 seconds I should be able to end regardless of whether or not they can hear. No, we got it. Okay. Easy. I think that's my first win. All right. Guys, thank you for sticking through the technical difficulties. Oh. Fuck it, I'm not restarting. I don't know if you guys can hear me right now, but OBS crashed again. That's why I'm typing in chat. Oh, you can still hear me. Okay, I'll stop typing then. Yeah, OBS crashed again. I genuinely don't know what's going on with OBS. Yeah. Who gonna raid here? Let's see. Let's see. Who are we raiding? I think Chloe. I think we'll raid Chloe. Guys, go show Chloe some love. That's going to be it for us today. I'd like to play more, but these technical difficulties are driving me insane. And also, I kind of want to get these videos edited and pushed out. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the final stream of the week. Okay. Remember, streams are only Monday to Friday now. Maybe a couple on weekends, but yeah. We'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Go show Chloe some love. Yeah. GG's, guys. GG's. Good stream. Boom. Okay. Goodbye, OBS. You are now task manager ended. If I